Alrighty, we are back in the Sunless Sea. Now, last time we were here, we had finally sunk Mount Nomad, who was apparently the Fathom King's niece, which wasn't great. We now have Storm's Curse upon us. Apparently, we can get that removed at Guider's Mourn, somebody was saying. Guider's Mourn or Mount Palmerston. So hopefully we'll be able to get that off. I might try Wither as well, because Wither is one of those locations where I know we can receive the Sea God's attentions. I'm not quite sure whether we can remove their curses there as well. But we did sink Mount Nomad for a specific reason. That reason was to find our father's bones from the Fathom King. That was one of the many collection quests that we actually had, and we did end up getting everything we needed from that. We used the red seal of something, the ending quest from our Irrepressible Cannoneer here, to go and satisfy the brilliant weapon requirement. We grabbed a mirror catch box of sunlight from Aestival, which may or may not have given us a wound. I do believe it did, but I cannot recall whether it was cleared. Where are our menaces? Do we have that wound? We do. So we do need to go rest in our lodgings here to get rid of that. We've spent some time with our family. We have already made a scion who wishes to go out to sea, or to Z as it was. And so that's a nice little positive. When we end this captain, which I am planning on doing this stream if everything goes as planned, I think, then we will have 2 legacies to choose from instead of just the traditional one. So that'll be nice. But before we get to that point, we need to do a few more things. We need to hunt down the figurehead of the Eater of Names, which is obviously from the legendary ship, the Eater of Names. That is over by the Chelinet, all the way over here. That is a ship. It doesn't have as much health as I do think as Mount Nomad. And we did successfully fight Mount Nomad. That said, I'm not sure whether we did that out of luck or keen sailing and all that. We have our aft weapon, which is a lovely, lovely aft weapon, the Damnation here. And that actually gives us some stagger, which is the first time we've actually had stagger. A very fantastic thing to get. We also picked up a replacement forward weapon from turning in our nice, brilliant weapon to the Fathom King, the Bandersnatch. Unfortunately, we don't have a forward weapon slot, so it's not the greatest. If we had all of these weapons equipped, this would actually be a monster of a ship, but unfortunately it lacks that forward weapon slot, so we're kind of running in not so great standings in terms of combat ability. With the current capacity to equip both the deck weapon and the aft weapon, we almost have 360 degree coverage. We lack a little bit if we get to the furthest sides of our ship, just a little behind 90 degrees to our direction of travel. But we do have essentially one weapon charging at any time as long as we are within range. They have just about the same range. And our aft weapon has that stagger, which is great. I don't know how powerful the Eater of Names is going to be. It is a ship, and most of the more powerful things we've been fighting have been sea monsters, sea beasties. So I really don't know how well we're going to do there. I think we're just going to try to stay on its aft. On its astern, I think is the term. I'm pretty sure the stern is the back of the ship. We'll try to stay there. If it does have a weapon, considering there are 2 weapon slots, effectively, that can be equipped, and I'm assuming since this is in a boss-ish ship, that it will have both weapon slots filled. We just don't want to be in front of it, if at all possible. And we can try to do that, but just by keeping out. Our turning range is not great with our new engine, but we can at least travel at speed. So if we really need to get out of dodge, we can do that. I don't actually know if we go and dock or something, if we'll actually be able to continue fighting that ship, or if it will heal up to full health. Yeah, really not sure. I think the closest location to patch up our ship, thinking about it, maybe the Khanate. Other than that, we'd probably have to use up supplies to do that, and that is a very inefficient way of doing that. Anyway, we'll need to fight the Eater of Names this time. I also want to get officers' quests done here. The Doctor... apparently he has a request for us that we did not see. We have not finished him up. We did manage to finish up the formerly genial magician, now prudent magician, and we persuaded him not to undertake the very limited chance of success that his plan to fight or capture the dream snakes in revenge for losing his hand. We managed to turn him away from that path, so we've finished his quest. I'm pretty sure. So really the only ones we have left are the Haunted Doctor and the Merciless Modiste. I'm really not sure that the Merciless Modiste has any more quests. She's kind of stopped here. We already built ourselves a lovely new dress uniform, which boosted our pages a little bit. Really not much. I think we only got like a 1 boost to pages. It was significantly less than I was hoping it would be. But this does not lead to any more advancement in her quest. She just talks about some of the people there, and I have really no idea how to progress that. Maybe we'll go find the Irrepressible somewhere below the sea. I'm not really sure where that is, but that might progress her quest. But I've gotten to the point where ultimately I think this captain has done most of what he's gone to do out on the Sunless Sea. I think he is just about ready to retire, and we already have most, if not all, of the items that we need for that. The only thing we are lacking is a Dread Surmise, and then that figurehead of the Eater of Names, but we know how to get both of those. So we're probably going to go get that done. Try to set up our kingdom on Aestival. We just need to avoid a little bit of sunlight over there. Beyond that, there are a few hanging threads that we have not yet finished. One of them being the Empire of Hands, I suppose. We could still help them out. We haven't set them afloat over there. I don't think we're missing anything out over Hideaway, because we finished that all up. We ended up siding with the city, with Eric, the man who was in control of the city, where we killed the impolite investigator, I want to say? Yeah. We killed the impolite investigator to hide the truth that Hideaway eventually was going to get shucked from its shell aboard the beast that it's on, and presumably fall to the bottom of the seafloor, if not just collapse entirely. The Chelonate, we've already done. The Khanate, not really a questline there. Frostfound, I think we have finished. We've gone through most of the rooms for the tireless mechanic, for the Fulgent Impeller, the engine that he gave us, which we then brought down to King Eater's Castle to get going. Farkas is definitely done. We locked off the city. I think we may have chosen incorrectly. Same with Pigmote Isle. They didn't end up sustaining themselves, so Pigmote Isle got wiped out. Same with Hunter's Keep, actually. We weren't able to save Phoebe from the fire, which we have determined, started, which is kind of strange. Port Carnelian is firmly in the reign of Fallen London, and Fallen London is firmly in the grasp of the folks that Grand Geode, the Dawn Machine cult. because we may have accidentally boosted them to prominence, thusly ousting the Admiral. Not great. We did stuff for Mr. Sex. I don't know if he comes back, actually. We tried to get something. We undertook a few quests, and then we gave him our blood at the Avid Horizon, which ended up in the Snow Child. Unfortunately, we were not able to save the Snow Child before he melted away, which is a bit quite sad, actually. Not a bit. I was really bummed out about that. Fenderbite has been finished with the first curator. We witnessed his end. That was a requirement for the Fathom King. Same with the Undercrow. The man over there has turned into another moth. Both of them actually did. This one was just a little bit more runic in the moth that he turned into, with all of the colors of the sea that we brought him. Nuncio, I'm pretty sure finished. We investigated that big room under Nuncio, which we couldn't quite describe, which drove us a little bit crazy, but which we investigated and returned with a secret regardless. Isle of Cats is maybe done. We now have access to Red Honey, which I'm assuming is the completion point for that. Abbey Rock is done because that was where our Presbyterate adventuress went to meet her final end, and we saw her fight something that came from the roof and injure it significantly in her quest to receive a death in battle, a proper good battle too. Port Cecil as well, with the Principles, where we got our loveliest Nacreous outcast, now Nacreous survivor, and ended up siding with him instead of with the Principles who wanted non-existence. Everything else here, we're just kind of going on. So I think we'll go talk to our doctor here. We'll try to finish him up. Maybe we will try to get the Empire of Hands going, but not quite sure. Let's entertain a request from the Haunted Doctor, though. He asks it quietly, almost with embarrassment, as he sutures a crewman's wound. A visit to Khan's shadow. Our recent conversations have left me nostalgic, the Haunted Doctor admits. His voice shakes slightly, though his fingers do not. Should a suitable opportunity arise, I would remind myself that there are still those who dare to dream of a better world. It has been too long since I warmed my hands on such passion. He snips the thread. His work is, as ever, immaculate. Okay, so we're headed to Khan's shadow. I think we are good on most things out of here. I will bring 2 firkins of prisoner's honey, because the Khanate, our spy network there, actually requires that to go and advance itself, I believe. We'll take the firkins of prisoner's honey over there. The area down here, Port Carnelian, I believe they require romantic literature, so that's actually not too bad a idea to visit there if we're going to the Khanate. We can go to the Khanate, drop off in Khan's shadow for our doctor, our haunted doctor. Drop off the firkin of firkin of prisoner's honey in the Khan's heart to go increase our spy network's capabilities there a little bit more, see if we can get another vital intelligence from there. Head down to the Empire of Hands. That way we can go see if we can further their agenda. I can't quite remember what they wanted to trade. I think a firkin of prisoner's honey was on there. I think also red honey, I want to say was a trade opportunity, but we need to advance our standing in their court so that we can actually go and organize some trade deals with their Zeppelin. We need to go do that. I don't actually know if the Admiralty's embargo on them still functions now that the Admiralty is effectively gone. The voracious diplomat has permanently taken over. Or so it would seem. The Admiral is completely gone. I'm not sure how closely she represents the Admiralty, but she definitely seems to do thing on the under, rather than doing things out in the open. So we'll see if we can get that happening. But then once we swing all the way up here and swing back down, we can make our way eventually over to Port Carnelian and see if we can get some more vital intelligence there with some romantic literature we can pick up from Khan's Heart. Or Khan's Shadow, I suppose. One of the two. But to do that, we'll have to go set off. So we'll set off to Rack to top off our supplies first. Then the Khanate, Empire of Hands, Port Carnelian. And maybe we'll swing by the Chelonate. Kind of don't want to do that yet. We'll swing by the Chelonate, perhaps on that second trip out. And if stopping in the Empire of Hands does not net us anything with the Firkin of Prisoners honey, we can go to the Isle of Cats to get some red honey instead, because I'm almost entirely sure that that's there, but we'll go and confirm while we're at the Empire of Hands. So let's check our crew. That's all good. I don't think we have ammo for anything, but our supplies here are also doing fine. Do we have? Yes, we do have a cask of mushroom wine. I'm kind of thinking that that is just something that's nice to have, nice to carry on us. I'm actually thinking of picking up here, if I can find it. Aft weapon 24. How is our current aft weapon? 28. Okay, so that is a better one. I am looking, though, for the compartment. A secure compartment. I think buying it, even though it takes up cargo space, I want to assume. Yes, it does. I think that'll actually be useful, because we haven't really had much use for the concealed compartment, but the secure compartment will help prevent our mirror catch boxes from being broken open, as well as a few other things that I think have the possibility to affect us at Z. This will just add a little bit of cargo security to that, and it'll change some of the interactions that we may run into at Z. Well, let's go set out with that all purchased up here. We've got a fair amount of fuel. Decent amount. It won't get us all the way across the Sunless Sea, but it will get us... Well, it probably actually will get us all the way across. We just won't have very much left. So we'll probably top that off, but more importantly is our supply levels. This will be the cheapest place to get supply across the entire Sunless Sea. The only cheaper place is to go up to the surface to get that happening. So we'll want to go get that over at Rack. And we have, if you will recall, found a lovely little trade route if we want to undertake to make some extra echo if we end up lowering our echo supply. That being going from the Khanate, either Khan's Shadow, actually I'm pretty sure it's probably just Khan's Heart, going from there to Irem to trade Dark Drop coffee beans that we'll pick up in the Khanate for, let's see where we are, for parabola linen, and then trading that parabola linen to Dehoot, which is just below Polythreme, which is just a shaven, below a shaven, next to Polythreme, which is also just below Khan's Heart, and we'll make a hefty stack of echo for each trip that we take like that. Oh man, our turning radius is not great. Well, we've made it to Rack. We will go take our gains. We don't really need them anymore. We're not really looking at any of the memories by tasting the tether anymore. We'll go open up just the shops to us and pick up some supply. I think we'll pick up 20. We're not doing a cargo run, so that should be okay. Maybe even more than that. Well, let's buy fuel first, see how many spots we have. And I want 30 fuel, I'm thinking, at the very least. Yeah, so fuel's all right. I think we'll pick up more supply to top ourselves off. And fuel we can pick up more cheaply. Supplies are definitely where it gets up there. We'll just max out on supply. It's not a great ratio. Typically, you want to have like a 2-to-1, maybe 3-to-2 ratio of fuel to supplies. But because supplies cost so much more out in the Sunless Sea, I'd rather get them cheaply here than have to pay effectively double the price in some places to pick them up elsewhere. And I'm actually going to spend a fair amount of time underwater, because just in case we happen upon the Irrepressible, maybe we'll go sink it for the merciless Mediste's benefit. We should just have to head... Are these solid objects? Nope, we're good. Should just have to head over to... Oh, Guider's Morn, actually. Yeah, we should stop off here so we can get, hopefully, Storm's Curse taken off of us. We'll take it slow so we actually have a decent turning radius, and blam. We are here. So, I do believe it's probably exploring the Morn that gets us that event that might take off Storm's Curse. Yeah, let's go for that. There's a surprising quantity of actual landscape on the Morn. It's vertical, admittedly, but once you find the beast paths and urchin roads, you can traverse it as you would a rocky moor, with an additional throatful of lurching terror. And I think we were unlucky with our chance to go and remove Storm's Curse. Patriotic dispute. You come across a crew of Chelonid hunters exchanging heated insults with a Khanate privateer. It looked likely to end in blood. Let's side with the Chelonians again. I think that's what we did last time-ish. But I prefer them to the Kaganians. At least the Chelonians are friendly with us. The Kaganians barely tolerate our presence, so let's go do that. They may be uncouth, but at least they're brave. Victory! With battle screams and razor-tipped harpoons, and your help, the Chelonians rout the Khanate privateers. The swaggering huntress who leads them claps you on the back. Well fought for a Londoner. Come to the Carrion Sea sometime. We'll roast a sea serpent for you. She drops a saw-edged bone token into your hand and blows you a kiss. We now have a whalebone token. I think we've actually had this before. I'm pretty sure we've already had this in our inventory, but we successfully fought them off. We got that. Unfortunately, we did not get Storm's Curse removed from us. Where? Ooh, Mount Palmerston's a little bit out of the way. We have to go up to Venderbite for Rack. And I'm thinking Wither just to check if we can remove Storm's Curse there. But Mount Palmerston is the other location that we were indicated could possibly remove Storm's Curse. So let's save that for our second trip over to the Chelonid, because we will be going back here to go fight the Eater of Names on our second time around. Finish up here at Guider's Morn, though, and head on out. And we'll just bypass the principles here of Port Cecil. With its lovely music. I always forget how much I love this track. Something about the warbling tone to it, I just really love. We are just under the Khanate now. A little ways out, maybe, but... Yep, there it is. So we will go stop off at Copper Quarter. Or I guess it's the Nefrite Quarter is what we can actually trade at. Whoops. Ooh, almost hit the wall. I hit the wrong button there. I turned off our lights instead of docking. We'll open that up for us and pick up a bit of romantic literature. think all this should be fine. We won't do trading right now. We're okay on cash, but yes, let's go turn in our prisoner's honey here. Khan's heart is a darkly gleaming miracle of a city, but it's no paradise. Someone is looking for paradise. Here, go take it. A peerless taste. Your Kaganian dupe knows the taste of honey now. They know what it's like to walk in dream palaces and rapture gardens. They'll never be free of you. And our web here is now lovely. So let's go grab some intelligence from it for free. Message arrives on a tiny fish skin sliver bound inside a copper ring. The cipher speaks of fleet movements and power struggles. London will want to know this, but your agents have attracted attention. We've got some vital intelligence, a memory of distant shores, and lost a little bit of our network. What do they need? Vital intelligence. Or some cunning. Suppose we might as well try. Nope. They need your personal attention. Not quite exceptional, though. An easy mistake anyone could have made it. You can't be expected to keep track of everything. Now someone's keeping track of you, and we are now menaced, which means we won't have access to the Nefrit Quarter. Luckily, we can go and fix that problem. Not here, though. We will have to make a slight detour up to Khan's heart. Or is it Khan's glory? Khan's glory, that's the one. Where we can go bribe the kindly folks over at the Tiaman. We can go get them very happy about some shiny, drowny pearls. And do all that for them. Bribe them some access here. So we were offer them some drowning pearls. This gift is named for a sizable and ferocious fish of the surface. They have a fondness for drowning pearls for some secret clan ritual, and our offering was accepted. In the yellow chamber by the palace entrance, a masked functionary scrutinizes the pearls. Yes, she says. Even through the mask, she does not meet your eyes. She rises, turns, and leaves. And we'll do that 2 more times to go complete our case. And so that'll reduce it, not by much, by 2. But we'll now be able to have access to the Nefrit Quarter when we go back there. If we're over 10, or rather 10 or over, so over 9, we don't have access, but we should be able to be fine now. And we can get more drowning pearls if we need them at Dahoot for a very reasonable price. Actually, Dahoot is a location we have yet to have visited, mostly because of the terror gain that you can receive there. Maybe we'll do that before we end this captain. There are quite a few things that are left undone, but there are so many things left undone. And we're so close to getting our captain's end, I don't know if it's worthwhile. One of the boats have seen me, but docking at Khan's shadow should stop that. And so it did. Okay, so let's go see about our haunted doctor. He was an anarchist, he told us on the surface. So apparently he's here in Khan's shadow for a gathering of anarchists. That is nothing unusual here, of course. Most nights, half the shadow hatches plots over cheap wine and old insults. But who's that officer in the crowd? The usual diatribes. The haunted doctor stands listening in rapt attention, his remaining eye closed. On a stage made from tables and upturned chairs, an attractive young man and a woman take turns raging against injustice and talking of the glorious days when London and the Khanate and all others who dare to elevate themselves above others will face their reckoning. There we go. The irony is, as ever, lost. Once the meeting ends, he hurries over to thank you, glowing with second-hand fervor. I have missed this, says the doctor, something strange taking over his face. If you didn't know better, you would say it was a smile. He heads over to the young woman to try it out, renewed purpose in his stride. And he is now a determined doctor. Are we making him an anarchist? Let's go talk to him. Oh, and he's equipped himself. Did we equip him prior to this? Because I swear we had the Clairiere in there. Strange. Let's go talk to him. Let's go
Dine with the determined doctor now. He will bring the wine he tells you. Do you happen to have any more of that delightful Z trout? No matter. Your sorbet slowly melts untouched. And no, they are not restless elements. He slams his hands down on the table. Do you not see, sir? Every year, the bazaar, she devours us. From within, the rich dream honey dreams, while the poor shovel lacquer with their bare hands in the streets, just to earn a few echoes to buy food. And above it all, the masters and the... He never does get around to answering your actual question of whether he enjoyed his main course. So he's an anarchist again. Okay. I thought he greatly disdained that. Apparently, just a little bit of talking to those folks was enough to send him into a bit of a tizzy. Well, how curious. Let's go to the Empire of Hands, I think, by way of Dahoot, so we can pick up more Drowny Pearls. And we'll top off our fuel here as well. I think it is one of these faces that marks just the outside edge of Dahoot, so we can submerge at a quick rate. Not quite right, but we're close enough that it'll be okay. And it's not as though we have terror or anything, so... And you know what? Let's spend a little time in Dahoot. We'll spend some time here. For the first time. Oh, scratch that. We apparently need recent news to go stay in Dahoot. So we won't do that. We will instead just buy up our Drowning Pearls, which we can now buy in tens, which is something we just now figured out, even though that has apparently been shown there forever, that I've just not parsed in my head. We need actually exactly 10 to be on the goods. Well, maybe 5 more. Need 15 to be on the good side of the humans for them to reduce your suspicion. And then we will buy fuel as much as we can. There's apparently 35. And you know, I'm actually looking here. Captivating treasure is 11 caskets of sapphire. We can get sapphire for 60 something, I want to say, in Port Carnelian. 86. Captivating treasure sells for 1,000. Okay, so no, we can't. We still can't make a profit here. I was thinking we had a lot of profit, but I did the math a little incorrectly. I was actually a 0 off, so we would be losing by getting caskets of sapphires the normal way, rather than gaining by getting this and then selling the captivating treasure over in, I think, Con Shadow was one of the places we could sell it. But yeah, again, incorrect math. No profit to be made. Let's go set off from Dahoot to the Empire of Hands here. And we'll do it through the underwater areas. Hopefully not where the screams are, though. That is the end of a current, I believe. Where are we? Just off of Aestival, which means I need to go even more south. To get to the Empire of Hands. I think, yeah, this is just the furthest island corner of the Empire of Hands so far. Something awaits us has come back. There's something underwater here. It is spinning collection of fish? Ah, a sea's bounty. So I guess it was a spinning collection of fish. It was a bit of supply. Which isn't half bad. So we'll go and dock at the Empire of Hands here. And see if we can go talk to, not here, the Wild Wheeled Court to get some slight benefit to us. So we are a visitor in court. We do have something awaits us. I think we shall check in here. Oh, that gives us a crate of human souls. Okay. Your wandering brings you to the cramped laboratory. Laboratory is the way that mad scientists say it. I swear I'm not mad. Of the Imperial Alchemist, wreathed in the smells of honey, wax, and lacquer. Experiments in souls. He dips them one at a time in a bowl of lacquer, neath snow. They fizzle in the frozen sorrow, something beyond a scream cutting the air. No good, mutters the alchemist, discarding what remains. No good at all. He kicks the rest of the crate. Worthless. All worthless. Well, if he has no need for them, we now have a crate of human souls. I'll take it. And I think... now that we have a crate of human souls, let's go trade for them. Because I don't really want to keep them on board. Really don't have any use for them. Any planned use for them anyway. Let's trade... Not trading, though. It is not trading. However, should you have gifts of a certain nature, let's go do that. We have... wine. Prisoners of Firkin... Firkin of prisoners, honey. There we go. And a gift of souls, and we'll start with souls. Pentecost apes can't get enough of souls. There's one thing everyone knows about them, and it's that. And where you're from, you can buy them by the crate. The air turns cold. Whoa, what? Wholesale souls? You take them for savages, devils? Your pitiful charity is utterly rejected with a slam of a clenched paw on table. Outside these walls, yes, their brethren may thirst for any random soul inside. However, only the finest alchemy will suffice. Refined, distilled, and perfected. How dare you think anything else? No, take your tuppence of souls, rejects, and begone. I've lost 7 status for that? Oh my god. Okay, I did not expect that to happen. Okay, I need... Let's check with the silent gallery here. Because I have definitely pissed them off. I will trade my wine and my Firkin of prisoners honey. Maybe. But I want to see how much how much sway I need in the Wild Wheeled Court to actually start organizing the Zeppelin departure. While the Emperor sleeps and feasts, the exquisite seneschal coordinates the great exodus. You are granted permission to enter. The silence is a pleasant slap to the face, sweetly scented with incense. Inside, the exquisite seneschal deals with the many demands and complaints of the court. So... if we had a drop of red honey, a frozen drop of red honey, not quite sure how to get that, we would be able to have her help with translating the vault inscription. And then we need a wild wheeled status of 35, which we just lost a bunch of, to go and start helping her plan. 25 and 35 to help her plan for gathering supplies and fuel. That way we won't have to provide them individually ourselves. Okay. So that is known. We'll return to the court. The exquisite seneschal has work to be done, of course, and we'll return to the chaos outside. You could live here all your life and never get used to the noise and the smell. The prospect is not a tempting one. Let's go back to trade with the court. Oh, boy. At least they're happy with, well, at least they are tolerant of me. Keeping of appearances, a small group of powder-faced apes in the red-trimmed robes of court mandarins invite you to the quiet, cushioned room. Drinks and honey cakes are served, and business carefully not discussed. After a while, however, the charade gives way to polite expectation. We will not try to give them the souls again. They are really pissed at me for that. An absurd amount. we'll give them the gift of wine, hopefully. They will not be angry at that. The berries of the Empire of Hands make a bitter wine, apologizes the Mandarin. They were always such a treat, the vintages of London, before the unpleasantness. We'll go trade that for 2 status. It is going to take us a long time or a lot of trades to get back to our benefit. A libation is poured. The Empire of Hands does, however, brew a most fine coffee, muses the Mandarin. It looks a little like the kind you would find back home. It smells like it. It tastes utterly indistinguishable. Pure coincidence, he declares, gesturing for more. So now we have a sack of dark drop coffee beans. Hold up. If we can harness this permanently, I'm going to go on to the next page. Yes, if we can repeatedly do this without getting locked out of it, we can make a ton of money. Wine is only 21 echo. Yeah, which is just a little less, a little more than half of what dark drop coffee beans cost. And if we get dark drop coffee beans back every time, we can come out from Fallen London with a supply hold full of wine, head to the Empire of Hands, and then trade it in for dark drop coffee beans, do the whole trade with Irem to Dehoot, and come out with a major profit. Awesome. Fantastic. Okay, good to know. Key thing to remember. We'll see if we ever get locked out. And that'll conveniently give us some sway with the Wild Weald Court as well, which we need. So that'll be great. We'll get political sway, affiliation, and profit at the same time. All hail capitalism. But let's go trade our second gift, a gift of prisoner's honey. This far east, it's so hard to come by, say the Mandarins. Then they sigh as one. Is it so wrong, they ask, to seek a brief escape and to dream now and then? But of course we shall provide that. That gives the same amount of Wild Weald status, as well as some romantic literature on top of that. That I'm not so keen on. If we do need it, it'll be a... Well, not so cheap. Firkins of Prisoner's Honey are about the same cost as romantic literature. But I suppose we do double the amount. Not as good a trade. I think I will stick with that mushroom wine instead. Anyway, a monkey is introduced with the soul of a poet. Ordinarily, that is not meant quite so literally. His words alone transport you into another world, through a veil of sad tears and out into a reality that feels somewhat warmer. At the Mandarin's nod, he leaves signed copies of his work behind, a gift for one of a land where such stories are prized and properly appreciated. So we've given him all the trades. We will not even try to trade the gift of souls again. Not a chance. You do not have anything worthy of such company, or at least that is the lie it feels safest to tell them. But we already traded with them, so that's not really that interesting. And let's hit with the Chandler of Souls here. Your rising status in the court has inspired assorted parties to inquire about your willingness to meet. Trust is not a courtly virtue. The Chandler will, however, be pleased to act as your intermediary to ensure fair play on both sides of the transaction. And this will presumably trade our soul, won't it? High-souled apes prize quality over quantity, seeking beneficial spiritual alchemy. The Chandler lacks the finesse of devils, but he assures you that this is not a problem. Your soul is his concern, your comfort is not. I think we'll hold on to our soul, though. I'm not sure if we need it for anything, you know? No sale, not for now. Whether the offers are insufficient or you simply thought twice, you will be keeping your soul. The Chandler of Souls bows. Should you change your mind, he is here. At least he's happy about that. So, unfortunately for us, a grand total of -4. We are down 4 Wild Weald Court points because of our faux pas and offering the souls. Let's go travel to Fountainhead Island, I think, to go discuss the delightful adventurous here. I think I might actually pay Barnabas to help with the mosaic floor, since the cost for having the puzzle there determined is a little high. I can't remember what it was, but I think it is a fairly precious item that I don't currently have, that I don't quite know that I have. So we'll just pay him 500 echo instead. That should cross the mosaic floor, the trap floor, with a bunch of crossbow bolts that is in the vault of the First Emperor. So let's pay Barnabas to help with the mosaic floor. Clayman has little to fear from crossbow bolts. If a faceless man could sigh, Barnabas stoically lumbers after you to the mosaic floor and proceeds to step on everything. The foot of crossbow bolts fills the air for a good couple of minutes before it appears the traps have finally run dry. He takes the agreed fee, his body not even chipped. Then he nods slowly and lumbers back up the stairs to his mistress's camp. A somewhat irritated-looking, delightful adventuress appears soon afterwards. That fellow cost me a small fortune, you know, he mutters, striding past. Well, never mind, we press on. We are now... Oh, in a pit of venomous snakes. Lovely. You see them through the door, thousands of them in the pit. A pit crossable only by a thin beam lit by inconsistent neath light through a hole in the roof. It would be no problem for a monkey to cross, but a human. It is the delightful adventuress's turn to go first. To her credit, she does not try to weasel her way out of it. Lantern held between her teeth, an adventurer's rapier, bouncing casually on her hips. She steps confidently onto the thin beam and swiftly crosses foot over foot without so much as a glance down. Your turn. Veils of 41. We don't have any other options, though, so hopefully we don't fall, and hopefully if we do, they don't kill us. Whew, success. Okay. A terrifying crossing. Every step is treacherous, and your foot almost slips several times before you half collapse, sweat streaming from every pore on the other side. The delightful adventuress seems utterly unconcerned by her own near brush with writhing death. Oh, do pay attention, darling, she sighs, shining her lantern on the snakes, the thousands of snakes, the thousands of venomous snakes, the thousands of dead, dried-up snakes. See, this is what happens when one decides to build oneself a snake pit only to neglect to consider how the poor things will be fed. Seen it 100 times. Well, perhaps twice. She chuckles. The adventure continues. We've gained a tale of terror, though. An underground courtyard, down a flight of steps to the center of the vault. And there's no way back, so we're just going to continue forward, apparently. So close and yet so far. This is very obviously the oldest part of the temple, around which all else has grown over time. Ancient tapestries hang from the walls, decorated with portraits of a single ape clothed in violet and crowned by the sun. He is the first emperor, the 100-souled founder of the Empire of Hands. His authority reaches across time. Not much to look at, is it? Declares the delightful adventuress. They say they buried an old bugger with all of them. 100 of the finest souls, a hecatomb, if you will. She laughs for a moment at a joke only she and perhaps 3 others in the Neath would appreciate. Mark of respect by the primates, you know, to say no one else could do half as much with them. Her eyes glint. Let's do something about that. Let's check out the bowl first. A dusty bowl of glassy red chips. It stands on a plinth in the middle of the room, its contents seemingly untouched by the monkeys who have tried getting through the door. You take a chip. A drop of red honey hangs in the middle, bleeding out through cracks in the salt. Red honey contains memories. Why would the chips be here? I'm kind of interested in seeing why that is there. Well, we've already grabbed it. Let's consume the red honey chip, I think. Its frozen memories glint in the candlelight. A test of understanding. The memories are diluted, largely unspecific, but that is not important. What this red honey carries is something far deeper, a connection of souls across centuries. The birth of an empire in which even the lowest could be uplifted, and sparks of greatness itself could be passed on. Magnified, never lost with the passing of flesh. This was the dream of the first emperor, one of unity and evolution, transcendence and glory. His memory was placed here, that all could see their true destiny, purpose. Instead, it is as if the emperor himself is receiving a glimpse of the empire his dream became. His tears run uncontrollably down your cheeks. I suppose it is now time to open the first emperor's tomb. Presumably we received the memory of How by consuming that chip. We have the requisite Memory of Distant Shores, Z-Story, and Tales of Terror to do so. So let's do it. Open the Emperor's tomb. The memory fades, but something remains. Only one who is as worldly wise as the first emperor hoped his people would be can open this door. It seems like such a simple thing now. It is slightly more complicated than simply pushing the door open, but only a little. We've gained a secret and we've lost all 3 of those story resources. The lost treasure has been found. Now for the easy bit. The burial chamber. The first emperor's bones lie in state, surrounded by souls and spheres of blue, green, and silver. The delightful adventuress applauds politely. Oh, very, very fine work, she declares, taking a moment to admire the architecture before turning her attentions to the souls. Now, unless my eyes deceive me, there are not 100. Not even close. Blasted legends and their exaggeration. This will complicate matters. Oh well. Barnabas, do be a dear and gather those up. Ah, and as for you, she adds, drawing a rapier that glistens at the end, kindly remain where you are. Uh-oh. Is she betraying us here? We have a fair chance of success. I'm going to hear her out, though. Let's listen to her. Let's obey the delightful adventuress. You've done everything else, she asked. The delightful adventuress lowers the rapier, smiles tightly. It is nothing personal, of course, she adds. I was rather hoping for more souls here, so that we could have shaken hands, been on our merry way, but needs must. Barnabas, with haste, if you please. Okay, so she's not even going to give us a chance here. The Clayman finishes gathering the souls. This could be going better. A delightful scheme. Such simple things, aren't they, says the delightful adventuress. Goodness only knows what the devils do with them. But opportunity is opportunity, is it not? My friends in the Iron Republic were quite happy to agree safe passage to and from their homeland in exchange for this legacy. They will have to be to be satisfied, I suppose. Her lips turn up into a smug smile, and next time I bid the accursed Leonora Fortescue to go to hell, well, I shall be able to recommend the bloody sights. I think, at this point, we take a calculated risk. We now know that she has no intention of sharing the fortunes here, and the fortunes were truly what we came for. We've got a fairly high chance in iron. Or could we take the smarter way out? What to do, what to do. I have no great interest in money. Our Echo situation is shored up, and we have a very keen way on making more. We have a masterful sea market we can pull from. We won't risk injury. Let's do nothing and form a plan later. We will be intelligent about this. The monkeys built this tomb by copying stories. The stories always have a way out. Not, however, the door. Well, that's that then, she says, backing out of the vault. Oh, except for one minor detail. Barnabas, I thank you for your loyalty and fine service. As a final courtesy, please do the honors and ensure our friend here remains buried. It is such a fine resting place, is it not? Such a shame it to be wasted. Such a shame it to be wasted on just one ape. Oh, so she will blow the front door here. The Clayman lurches as she produces one of your confiscated sticks of dynamite, lights it, and drops it in the corridor. Before either of you gets close, it explodes in a cloud of dirt and rubble that seals the exit. Barnabas has no face. He does, however, most definitely have expressions. The one he wears now is chilling. Ah, so she betrayed him, too. He's locked in here with us. Well, I guess we try to dig our way out. Attempt to dig a way out. She won't get away with this. A helping hand. Barnabas immediately joins you in the excavation. Were he a regular Clayman, he would likely be obeying his last order right now and ending your life for his mistress. Being unfinished, however, he is no mere golem. In her arrogance, the delightful adventuress appears to have forgotten that loyalty is a two-way street. Even with both of you digging through, it will take far too long to clear the rubble. If the delightful adventuress gets back to your ship with the legacy, she will no doubt persuade the crew to leave without you. Because we have recruited the monkey foundling to our crew, well, seems that she can come to come to the rescue here. If any of your crew were going to save you. She slides down a rope into the vault. Captain, she salutes, hanging upside down by her face and grinning. The Empire of Hands used to be her playground, and she couldn't resist a last spin around some old haunts. When she heard the dynamite go off in the spooky old temple of the boring dead monkey, somehow she knew she'd find you close by. Helping, grins the monkey foundling, letting you climb her rope to safety. Barnabas remains behind, too heavy. He continues to dig his way out rock by rock. Oh. Oh, we didn't bring him out with us? Aw, come on. Oh, well. A delightful reunion. Appears the delightful adventuress is having a problems of her own by the rowboats. A double betrayal. Whatever the once flea-ridden mayor of Port Stanton took from delightful adventuress's soul, it evidently came with her loose grip on ethics. He suspected she would try to sneak away without giving him his cut. He was not wrong. Unfortunately for her, he has a small squad of monkeys at his disposal. Unfortunately for him, she has both her rapier and one last stick of dynamite for mutually assured unpleasantness. Well, says the delightful adventuress, seeing you approach, this is an irritating stalemate. Now, who do we side with? We could propose the fair deal here. Split the souls 3 ways, and then everybody could be happy. We could team up with the delightful adventuress and fight the mayor and his group of apes, uppity apes, apparently. Or we could team up with the mayor. Even if you defeat him, there could be an army of his kind between you and your ship. I am not going to team up with the delightful adventuress. She will most assuredly backstab me again, or so I believe. And even if she doesn't, I do not take backstabbing in stride. Teaming up with the mayor, we would probably succeed, but most likely we would lose the treasure here. But I don't really think that the delightful adventuress would accept the fair deal of a 3-way trade for the souls. I'm very concerned that if we team up with the mayor, that she's going to blow herself up along with the treasure with the dynamite. But do I go for vengeance over a possible non-violent solution? I think we've made enough mistakes in this playthrough. I think we try to propose a fair deal here. Let's split the souls 3 ways so everybody can be happy. The delightful adventuress and the mayor agree that you are suddenly the biggest threat here. With your attempt to cut in, uniting both against you. Before they can move, though, Barnabas emerges from the vault. The delightful adventuress's face lights up. Splendid, she declares. Barnabas, please deal with the smelly animal and also the monkey. Oh. Come on. What? Come off it. Okay, Barnabas has now showed up. The triumph of the delightful adventuress. Barnabas's clay muscles seem to swell as he lumbers forward, silent but purposeful. An unfinished man of clay. Clay men are obedient, clay men are loyal, clay men are reliable. Unfinished clay men can be all of these things too. They can, however, be them by choice rather than nature, and they can also hold grudges extremely well. The delightful adventuress shrieks in fury as Barnabas effortlessly picks her up, dangling her upside down by one leg. The obscenities are muffled by her skirts falling over her mouth, but the gist is quite clear. Well then, says the mayor, carefully eyeing up the the clay giant's spare arm. Should we talk deals now, perhaps? I think we've only got a 50-50 chance to go and split it. You know what? Let's donate the legacy to the Zeppelin, because I don't want to have to bring the souls, rather, to the Zeppelin myself. And that'll apparently completely fulfill its requirements for the souls. Yeah, I will absolutely donate the legacy to the Zeppelin. The mayor keeps the remainder to do with as he chooses. You receive the payment from the Wild Weald Court. Let's go for that option. Of course he does. The boost to his courtly profile will be tremendous. The deal is struck. Also, we will take that one, adds the mayor, pointing at the delightful adventuress, trying to sneak away our emperor's legacy. Do not worry. The punishment is not severe. We approve of the avarice. Still, he grins, we will teach her a little lesson. Yes, then banish in shame. A gift to you from the Empire. Yeah, we gained some Wild Weald status. Lovely. So, we now have the choice of how the delightful adventuress should be punished. We can punish her ourselves, go for a full vengeance route. Let Barnabas decide her fate, or we can refuse, disallowing her to be abandoned to the monkeys. She stabbed me in the back. She has never seemed like a very good companion. I think, however, that Barnabas deserves to be the one that decides her fate. He was her companion long before we met her. He is, after all, the one that she betrayed the most. Let Barnabas decide her fate. Barnabas nods, ignoring the angry protests. He follows the monkeys into the woods toward their boat, still carrying a thrashing, delightful adventuress. He will not allow her to come to any real harm, but appears to concur that a little humility may be in order. But that is their business. Yours now lies elsewhere. So I think we've picked the better option. I feel as though if we left her to the monkeys, sure, I agree that they wouldn't have killed her, but they may have done terrible, horrible, torturous things to her. Barnabas will, presumably, due to their prior acquaintance, keep that to humiliation rather than actual torment. But we finished with her. We finished Fountainhead Island. I think. Yeah. The only thing, apparently, is we can get an ancient-ish treasure map and use that to search the area, but that would probably be from Hearthsake Village. There's the lost treasure hunter over there, isn't there? And apparently he can get us wounds, which I'm not super keen on, but let's go check him out, see what he wants for his treasure map. He joined the pirates to see the Z. Now he just hopes one day to see something he recognizes. Adventuring supplies, he came well prepared for the journey unless your idea of preparations happens to include a compass, a map not written in riddles, a sextant, and a spare set of spectacles to compensate for severe myopia. We could get Foxfire candles from him. I think these were both, the Foxfire candles and the dynamite were both for getting in, getting into the vault. And apparently we can use a Searing Enigma here to persuade him to give us the map. I suppose we might as well. This seems like some of the last stuff for the island. Let's trade one. We've got, I think, enough to get that dread surmise no matter what. Let's do that. It could be a profitable kindness. A secret revealed. You bury the treasure, and with a few careful coughs and prods, the lost treasure hunter towards it. No, with a few careful coughs and prods, push the lost treasure hunter toward it. He falls to the ground, digging furiously until he unearths his prize, bright shining, his gaze pulled into its revelatory core. But soon his excitement fades. Having found what he thought he wanted, his obsession is over, and the reward merely a bauble. As diminished by being dragged from desire to reality as the face of an angel in mere paint. Sadder still is that once you persuade him to give you the map, it takes but a moment to realize his mistake. It's a fountainhead. The fool had it upside down. Okay, so we buried a Searing Enigma for him to find, and traded that for the map. But now we can go to Fountainhead Island. We could also talk to him again, but we shall depart without him first. Let's go travel to Fountainhead Island, and... oh, we have to have something awaits us here. Okay, so for our next voyage to the Empire of Hands, with something awaits us in tow, we will go and go for a treasure hunt. For now, let's return to the boat, though. And that will be all of that done. We should actually have enough status now with the Wild Weald Court to... oh, look, it's the delightful adventuress. She's here now. She stands fuming, her head and hands locked tight in a pillory near the center of the palace. The pillory is, I believe, one of those stockade sort of things where you stick your head and arms through and you're kind of like bent over, where if you were in a movie, folks will throw tomatoes and what such at you. Let's go see what she's going, though. How she's doing. She glares at you with the purest hate. The honorable thing to do would be to take the high moral ground and not enjoy this at all. We could spend 10 echo, though. We could spend 10 echo to buy some tomatoes. Barnabas stands stoically by his seething mistress, ensuring the monkeys do not take their fun too far. His bruised loyalty does not, however, stretch to interfering with the opportunistic monkey selling ammunition. We'll buy a tomato. We'll heft it over. Heavy and squishy, just at the right stages of rot, juices drip down your hand as you squeeze its soft skin. A direct hit. The rotten tomato splatters into the delightful adventuress's face, dripping from her hair and chin as she splutters incoherent rage. The monkeys cheer wildly. And hey, we're gaining some status from that, too. Unfortunately, we are still one short of having all of the status we need to organize the trade deals. But I suppose we do still have to come back here to organize, to search for the second treasure, so we can organize the plan for supplies at that time. Right now, let's get our plan for fuel for the Zeppelin en route. The exquisite seneschal looks for a trusted agent to establish a relationship with the Iron Republic. That I shall be. A deal with the devils. The exquisite seneschal provides you with a signed contract in a language it is unlikely any human can read. If you take it to the Iron Republic, they will provide you with hydrogen. It will take several trips to fully supply the Zeppelin, but there will be no charge. Sweet. So I can go and do that. We will leave the court. The delightful adventuress is bound, but not tormented. Just a little humiliated, and I think that's what she deserves. Let's go and depart from the Empire of Hands and make our way over to Port Carnelian down here. Maybe stopping by. Well, no, let's not stop by the Isle of Cats here. Let's just head straight to Port Carnelian. Our fuel is still doing fine. Our supplies even more so. Everything's coming along together well. Very well. Now we are traveling past Savior's Rocks here. I do want to clear this black spot on the map as the spooky, spooky music kicks in. We've got our something awaits us back. We could stop off at the Isles here. How's our Terror doing? Terror's only at 9. We could obtain some more free supplies, though. Might as well with our something awaits us. All that it might cost us is some crew, I do believe. And I suppose we could pick up a passenger. Convert some memories of distant shore or Z stories into secrets. Probably not. I think we'll just go grab some supplies. You don't have time to stop and rest, but you can gather plenty of supplies. The college members will grumble, but there's enough to go around. We've gained 5. That's a lovely amount. Wonderful things. Your crew strips a stretch of shoreline bare. It'll have burgeoned again by next week, no doubt. I think we will ignore the passenger, though. No matter where they end up going, it'll be to Port Cecil or Guiders Morn, I do believe. That's kind of out of the way for the path we next plan to proceed down. Those are both kind of in the middle, and we are doing basically an edge route for where we're going. So let's go set off to go do that. And I think we can just head just about this way. Pass by that bound shark. This is the Isle of Cats, who I don't think we have any more business with. We could get red honey to trade, but I would much rather do that mushroom wine trade to the Empire of Hands instead. And of course, we have no more port reports to gather, or no requirement to gather them at the very least. Our something awaits us back. We are a little ways out from Igel. I'm debating whether or not we stop off and try to get rid of our Nook freedom. There's a Lorn fluke up here we could try and hunt if we were feeling so interested. I think we'll skip both of those, though. We'll keep on heading to Port Carnelian, which is a little further south than our current trajectory, so we'll have to adjust that. There are those blue prophets. Shan't be dealing with them anymore. We are down to Port Carnelian. Let's go dock up here. We will fulfill our spies' needs with our romantic literature, which will give us a little bit more influence. And I suppose we could do that twice, couldn't we? Ah, I see. It requires either a high-risk Veils challenge, a very low chance of success, with our diplomatic agent here, or some insight from the Gods of the Z with Storm's attention. I think we'll ignore that right now. We will seek intelligence here, which will gain us another vital intelligence. And a Z story. Nice. And the next time we will try to cycle through that. Maybe we'll get Storm's attention in Wither. Or Mount Palmerston. We've got their curse, at the very least. But let's go sell off, I think, the extra romantic literature. Actually, yes, of course, because that is contraband. So let's sell those both off here. And I think we'll be all done here. We don't want to buy fuel or supplies or anything. We have plenty of supplies and a fair amount of fuel. I don't know how much space the hydrogen will hold. So we may want to clear our amounts there as well. But that will be at the Iron Republic, where we will be able to get fuel at a cheaper price anyway. Though not so cheap as in... Well, actually, equally as cheap as in Rack. So Rack is really our one-stop shop for all things cheap and not pricey. Which are effectively, yes, synonyms, but it's accurate. A bit of a dust storm coming off of the Grand Geode. Should we stay off the sides of the map first with this captain before we go and retire? I wonder. I'm very concerned that it will somehow lead to our destruction, effectively. Ah, here we go. Hydrogen for the Empire of Hands. A generous supply of Devil's Breath is ready for transport to the Empire of Hands Zeppelin. Collect a shipment. No deposit is required. Whatever deal the monkeys have with the Republic considers them good for it. So, we'll go pick up a delivery of hydrogen. Smiling devils roll a metal sphere into your hold. Return the empty container and they will refill it. Okay, so that, I guess, doesn't take up any hold space at all? Only one hold space. That's not nearly as bad as I thought it would be. We can go, I suppose, open the market. And it looks as though they wish to buy supplies, and Zoot. Neither of which we are particularly interested in selling, and buying sacks of Dark Drop coffee beans now that we have that lovely trade is no longer a enticing option. So we'll pick up some fuel? No, scratch that. We won't pick up anything here. We will simply save that. for later here. We will head up to Fallen London. We will pick up fuel, since it's the same price, and rack if we end up needing it, which I suppose we will. But we will want to fill up our hold with as much mushroom wine as we can store. Then we will make a delivery trip north. I suppose we could stop off at the Cumane Canal. That's always a good chance for a move in the Great Game. Oh, or not. Oh, right, we don't have a something awaits us, so we can't eavesdrop here. We don't want to head up to the surface just yet. We have no particular need to. So we will head straight off to Fallen London. Hopefully by the time we get back, something awaits us. We'll be back. If not, maybe we'll meander about. Maybe go fight a Z-Beast for some supply. In fact, we might take on a Lifeberg or two. I think the supplies off of them are a pretty good deal, if I recall correctly. And we are headed up to Wither anyway. Will we have our something awaits us by the time we return to London's ports? We're about to see. There we go. Perfect timing. We'll go and dock here. We have nothing to hide. Come do your worst. They roam through your deck like wolves. They tear through your belongings like termites. At last they leave. We will go check in. Blind Bruiser is still doing his Blind Bruiser things. The Forgotten Quarter is still forgotten. And I forget what we can actually do here. Ah, right, we could get the eyeless skull here, which is apparently tainted with radiation, which will reduce our abilities. Definitely don't want to pick that up unless we have an exact reason to use it. And that presumably would have been the colors, but we no longer need that anymore. So, Veterans Desires, he's still here. He's just here. Not really super interested in him. Though he does want bales of parabola linen, 700 each. That would be a little bit of profit. But we'd have to travel a great distance with that, eating our hull space. So I think we'll probably just sell those into Hoot. It'll be 4 less echo for each bale of parabola linen, I want to say. But I think that's still fine. We can turn in some of those vital intelligences to the diplomat here, gaining us 500 echo each time. Lovely. Lovely, 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 as well as 3 favors. And do we have a spare move in the Great Game? Sure. Trade that for 50 echo. Not too bad. So, do we have anything to do here? Well, of course, we will spend time with our family in our lodgings. That'll reduce our terror significantly. That'll actually reduce it to 0. Do we need to rest for any reason? Do we have those restful nights? We have both of them. Perfect, actually. So that's good. We have no wounds, I want to say. I can't think of anywhere we would have picked them up. Checking our menaces here. No, those are our memoirs. Yeah, no. No wounds. So we'll just spend some time with our family. No need to rest. Your sweetheart comes and goes. They have their own complicated business, but they always return to your shared home and your child. And we will simply enjoy their company. An evening with the parlor, in the parlor with your child and your sweetheart, and so to bed. Crumpets and bolete jam and what happens when you spin a child around so fast they're very nearly sick, quieted the evenings and shared stories, bats beating at the windows, and much later the warmth of renewed passion after the cold salt of the sea. All of our terror is gone. We are now serene, and we've gained an extra restful night on top of the ones that we would have gained for sleeping. We can only gain a max of 2. I think it actually sets it to 2, so if we have 3 and we sleep afterwards, it'll reduce it, but we are now carrying 3 restful nights, which will help us fight off the nightmares even that last bit more. I don't think we need to patch up our hull. It's only a little ways down. Though we are planning on fighting a nasty here, aren't we? Maybe we will. That 5 hull could be the thing that keeps us between that. Is it worth the 100 echo? I think so. Yeah. Echo's not a real issue for us anymore anyway, so we don't really need to worry about that. Labyrinth of Tigers still doesn't really have anything interesting for us. Roser's Wharf is of a similar issue. The Brass Embassy. We can offload our crate of human souls here. Since the monkeys don't really want it, and it is taking up space in our cargo hold, let's sell a crate of human souls to the Brass Embassy. On the one hand, the devils pay a little better than the merchants of Wolfstack Dock. On the other hand, you are literally selling other people's souls to devils. Well, they shouldn't have sold them in the first place then. Buyer beware. Or, seller beware, I guess in this case. Tasty. The fizz of them. Like champagne made from puppies. Oh. Thank you, dear friend. I don't like that description. I don't like that description one bit. God, how horrible. But yeah, that's done. Our ship is fully repaired. Our fuel and supply we can go fill up at rack. Oh, we need... How many should we take? How many cargo spaces do we have? We have about 30 to spare. No, 20 to spare. I'm going to fill 9 of that with fuel. I want to top off fuel at 30 over in rack, so I guess that leaves 10 spaces. Yeah, 10 spaces to fill with wine, which will then be turned into dark drop coffee beans, which will then be turned into prablin, which will be turned into cash. So everything wraps around at the end. And I don't think we necessarily need to bring anything. Shoot. We could get Storm's attention up north. I can't quite recall what it actually uses, though. Maybe I pick up a little bit of everything. So grab some cask of mushroom wine, some of this. We'll lose space on sacks of dark drop coffee beans, but I think it'll be better if we can actually gain Storm's attention over in Wither to remove the curse. Yeah, I think that'll be better. And then, right, rest of the space we were filling up with casks of mushroom wine anyway. Okay, so that's fine. We still have 10 total sacks of dark drop coffee beans that we'll get from the Empire of Hands eventually. So with that, we'll set off to Wither and Codex. No, let's head off to Rack first. Off to Rack, then we will head up to Venderbite and Wither and Codex. Venderbite to lure the folks over to Rack and Wither and Codex. Codex just because it's there, and Wither to see if we can remove Storm's curse from us. I don't know what the requirements of that are. If they do happen to take something that we can get in Fallen London that is not too bad, we will probably go and do that. We probably just return to Fallen London, especially since the distance is not really that far with our new engines. There's a Western angler crab who has designs on our lovely ship's flesh, but we'll ignore him for now. And in fact, when we are in Venderbite, we should actually go and switch out our milebreaker for an aft weapon so we can take some lifebergs down and gain their flesh for supplies. Okay, rack is here. State of the city is considered, meaning we can top off our fuel here. And be done with it. Perfect. And now we head to Venderbite, which is a fair distance to the north and a little back the way we came. Suppose we can stay underwater and check whatever this is out. Is it a Z beastie? No, it is a ship. Very weak ship at that. Sure you want to take me on, my friend? I very much think it wasn't. You've defeated a Corsair undergalley. Your Zub's lights illuminate dark tendrils of blood in the water. There is a movement at the porthole. Some of the Corsairs have survived. Let us negotiate a surrender here. They cannot last long. Their craft is as good as destroyed. Signal a cessation of hostilities with your lights. Oh. And, we've gained... Ah, I see. More fuel. So, I guess we'll just toss the excess. Dang, it's a shame we just bought all that fuel. You know what? Let's toss some supplies overboard. Perfect. And we can actually get more supplies by taking on the lifebergs like we were planning on. Defiance, though. There's a returning flash from a lantern. You swim the brief gap between your vessels. Hollowed-eyed, the captain hands you the remnant of the undergalley's provisions, but refuses rescue. The captain turns and motions his crew to begin repairs, but by the time you return to to your Zub, the Z before you is dark. 2 supplies, 3 fuel. Okay, so we did gain some supplies as well. That's okay. We'll burn through fuel faster than we will supply anyway, so... Tossing those supplies overboard, especially since we have plans to retrieve more. Not too bad an idea. Another underwater item. Is it a monster? Nope, it's another wrecked ship. Oh, and this one is a fairly chunky one. Ooh, yeah, he hits like a truck. My goodness. Okay, we're actually going to redock in Fallen London after this. Because he is chunking through our hull. Holy cow. We actually can't turn well enough to keep on his aft either. Okay, we have sunk him. Our turning radius is really not so great. It is not stellar. We'll go send a boarding party, gain some supplies and some fuel, along with a bunch of echo. And, of course, they tried to play dead again. Every one of the wrecked ships seems to do that. But we took a beating in the battle here, so we'll go and head back to Fallen London. Not quite sure where that is. Oh, that is Hunter's Keep. We're actually already north of Fallen London. Let's go back to Fallen London. We'll actually repair ourselves. Could stop off at Low Barnet. You know what? In fact, we will. Does see battle, Gantpole, Dehoot, Eigel. Yeah, none of these have... we haven't completed the options for that. So none of those will be able to be options we can take. We'll go quickly... Oh. Quickly submerge. Or unsubmerge. We will head to... well, in London to go repair our ship, which we just did. But this time with more feeling. Hello again. Did the alarming scholar... No, I did not think so. We will go... I suppose we can go to our lodgings. Never a bad idea to stack... Oh, restful nights. Apparently, we can't gain more than 3 from that. We will go... drop another 100 echo to go repair our ship again. Let's see, that is in London, isn't it? Into dry dock. Completely repair, please. And we're done here. But the slight routing detour will mean that we will have consumed more fuel, and supply, actually. Which means we should be able to go hunt down a lifeberg and take them all down. I'm actually kind of concerned about the Eater of Names then. Because if we had so much trouble with just a simple old ship down there, what's it going to be like for that? Picked up 5 supplies. Okay, so I guess we don't even need the supplies at this point. Though, how is our hull doing? Or our hold space? 2 more? Might be worth, might not. We will see what the what Storm wishes for in Wither. That ritual takes off a load. We may go lifeberg hunting. There we go. We'll go lure some captains there. And probably be done the rest of it. Yes, we shall. And head straight over to Wither. We may or may not have a something awaits us, so we might want to take a circuitous route to get there. Because our ship is quite fast at this point. He's a real speedy fellow. I don't want to hunt the lifeberg yet, especially since we already just picked up the supply off of that ship we sunk. We're carrying a ton of it for some reason. Will our something awaits us come back, or do we have to do a loop around Codex first? If we dock in Codex, the timer resets, so... Oh, there's another lifeberg. We'll sail out of range here. Wow, we didn't discover something already? Odinson Straits. You're kidding. Apparently we did not discover whatever this is. So this heads off the north edge of the map. I don't want to do that, please. I'd like to circle. Ooh. Turning radius is not so hot. We'll go head back to Wither. See what Storm has in store for us. The House of the Question. Okay, so that requires a live specimen, casks of mushroom wine, sweet. 10 echo. Okay, yeah, that's actually not too bad then. Oh, lifting Storm's curse though is going to be bad. Going to be worse, rather. 7 casks of mushroom wine, 100 echo, another live specimen, 7 supplies, 7 firkins of prisoner's honey. So we're just short the 7 firkins of prisoner's honey here. Um. Hmm. Do we gain Storm's attention? And, ooh. Oh, and we need Storm's attention. So I guess we have to gain Storm's attention anyway. So we'll have to take a little detour to get Storm's curse off of us. We'll gain Storm's attention. We will probably return to Fallen London to go pick up more firkins of prisoners' honey. I don't know how many we can spare. Well, we'll burn the cargo space out. So let's gain Storm's attention. Storm's shrine is red with blood and wine. Feed it. We shall. A bloody rite. The initiates of the house perform the sacrifice. It seems a great deal messier than it needs to be. One catches your quizzical gaze. Storm's a messy eater, she confides. You should know what you're getting into, but he's heard your name now. Oh, it only took 1 cask, 1 life specimen, and 10 echo. And then we will, suppose we can go explore the town of Wither. Oh, okay. A castaway. A woman in an iridescent green gown waves vaguely from a rock near the shore. Sorrowful sighs waft across the water towards you. An idiot castaway. A mermaid? Of course not. Mermaids are a preposterous myth. I think we shall approach. The poor woman won't answer your hails, but she's obviously in need of assistance. That's all for now? Oh, no, I see. It's a serpent's lure. I think we obliterate it. A fanged mouth rears from the water, big enough to bite a boat in half or swallow a pig. The woman contorts and slides into the water. She's the tip of the monster's tail. This will be untidy. Ah, I forget. I think we've actually encountered this one before. One time before. So, let's go obliterate it. It's a formidable beast, but you're formidable too. A ferocious battle. With cutlass and pistol, your zailors stride into battle. The serpent obviously expected nothing of the kind. It essays a number of savage strikes against you, and then a lucky shot takes it in the eye. You harvest its bones and scrape its hatching young from along the rocks by the shore. We've got a harlot fry and 3 Stygian ivory. Sweet. We can go sell those off for profit. I think the harlot fry is actually wanted by the Labyrinth of Tigers? What was that? Something like that. But we need to come back with 7 mushroom wine and firkins of prisoner's honey. And then I think 7 supply as well, but we have supply in excess of what we need right now, so I think that should be okay. I probably should have written that down. I've gotten to the habit of not writing stuff down that I don't deem a actual quest line sort of trade. Uh-oh. Last 2 bats. We'll circle around here. Gather up the corpses for some supply. And sound the all clear. I think it was just the supplies. I think that was all we needed for... Or, not the supplies, the firkins of prisoner's honey was all we needed for the ritual. I'm trying to... I can't believe I didn't write that down. It's so important and I totally forgot to do it. I'm traveling all this way to go and get it done, too. At least with the engine, it doesn't take nearly as much time as it did prior. So we are back at home. The Alarming Scholar has invited us to a call on them. To give us some more supply here. And let's go pick up only... we'll sell these Stygian ivory along with... Oh, right. That is in the Labyrinth of Tigers. Yes. they wish to buy that harlot fry. Are those young serpent sirens? Marvelous, marvelous. We'll pay you handsomely. Of course we will. There you go. Decorum's reward. No, sir, we do not use the zailors term. Here in the labyrinth at Z, sir, it may be Neptune's harlot, I think that's supposed to be. But here we have a care for our manners. Your payment, sir. Do come back if you find another. So we got 500 echoes for that. Plus a wee bit more. But we will want casks of mushroom wine. We'll get the firkins of prisoner's honey. I will get all 7. So we have 8 total. That will give us a little bit of bonus prisoner's honey for the event that we actually need any of them. And then we'll be trading that. We'll trade casks of mushroom wine. I think we'll just fill up on as many casks of mushroom wine as we can get, which is not that much more, but at least we will have 5 to trade once we complete this ritual. Yeah, 5 to trade once we finish that off. And we won't stop at Rack. We will probably just head straight back to Wither. Do I need to do anything else here? Do I want to repair the 5 hull? I think not. I think that'll be fine. And we will top off our fuel at Mount Palmerston. Since we are planning on going there, we'll top off our supplies with lifebergs. That'll all be after we deal with Storm. But it is a good thing that we managed to find a way to offload that. I was fairly sure that Wither would have been able to remove Storm's curse, considering how tied the House of the Question is to all of the gods of the Z. It is still technically a chance that it would have happened there. I wasn't entirely sure. We'll go get over there. By the time we get all the way over, we should have something awaits us. Back again. Ah, perfect. There it is. Which means I think we should be able to do that there, and hopefully without any bad, unfortunate effects. And there are 2 lifebergs around that'll help us top off our supply stores. One down here and one to the north. So we should be good for supplies. We won't have to buy anything. And then fuel we will just buy at Mount Palmerston. A little bit more expensive than Rack, but only by 1 echo. So I think we'll be okay. Alright, House of the Question. Kindly lift Storm's curse from me. It'll unfortunately consume our only live specimen that we have remaining, but we do have a strange catch that we can turn into that with a firkin of Prisoner's Honey, our extra firkin, over in the Utter Shroom. So, let's lift Storm's curse. This is going to be pretty grim, an initiate warns you, and if you close your eyes, you'll have to start from the beginning. Storm takes cursing seriously. It's not pretty. The initiates give themselves to the frenzy. The sacrifice that you brought takes hours to die. Your clothes are steeped 7 times in blood. The curse is gone, they tell you, but it'll be a long time before the smell is. There we go. Gained a little bit of terror, but we're rid of the curse. I actually don't know where that curse would have shown up. Menaces, maybe? Probably the gods of the Z. We still have Storm's attention, though, which is pretty convenient. We can use that in Port Carnelian to gain another bit of foothold over the city with our spy network. While we're here... there's another contest for riddles. We are kind of a dumb one. 10 echoes, though. Should probably be alright. Let's seek a real challenge for 10 echoes. Here's a sardonic woman with a pair of matched knives, a silver hoop earring, and a connate accent. She is a real riddle. The ashes of a fire? Nope, we're dumb. She shakes her head slowly. Good try. Not good enough, though. And we will go apply our combat spec here to go and take on some of those lifebergs, get our hold, which is newly emptied, back up to snuff. Let's set off. We'll go after the one to the south first, I think, because we will hug the north side of the Untersee on our way to Mount Palmerston. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Wow, he really wants me. Catch me if you can. Attack so I can use this, please? Well, we'll just use it that way. You're at least getting some combat training in. Though it is against a lifeberg and not a ship, so how effective it is, we have not determined. Whoa. Okay, one more drive-by should do the trick here. We'll actually put them on our rear and sink them. Perfect. So let's see how many supplies we can get from you. Concentrate on replenishing supplies. Another failure, but still 6 supplies. Still a lovely, lovely amount. And we'll go head to the other one up here. And there may be a third lifeberg. I think there's one that hovers kind of to the center of the map along the north here. I'm not sure if they're actually a finite amount. I'm not sure if any of the Z-Beasts are a finite amount. The only difficult part about fighting with this one is that the icebergs actually prevent us from cutting too far from the north. So if the lifeberg heads to the north like it is now, gets sort of stuck on there. And I suppose we can just do this. One rear shot. Ooh, doesn't quite get it down. Suppose we need to circle around to go and take care of it anyway. We're eating through our supplies, unfortunately, at the same rate that we kind of sink these guys. Maybe a success will give us some more. That just gives us fuel and supplies. Waxy white lumps, paraffin-sheened, drift among the fleshy ice. These are what zailors call hell droppings. Did the lifeberg eat them or produce them? You could salvage besides a few barrels of supplies left from a previous victim. Okay, so maybe that's not the best option. We can go pick up food. I think we should be fine on food, though. With 17, we were at 10, so we still did go get an upgrade, even though it took a little bit of a cost to go and get it done. But we'll skirt the north here, hopefully avoiding this snow. We may get slowed here yet. Perhaps, perhaps not. As we make our way to Mount Palmerston. And there it is, the very edge of Mount Palmerston. You can actually see the ruins of the other buildings. I've never cognizantly thought of that. But you can see the ruins of the other buildings that are the ruins that we dig in if we are so inclined over here. Let's go dock. Oops, let's not go up here because we'll just gain terror from the vines that are also bugs. We could explore the island. Privateer encampment. This was an empty cliff-top above the bleak waves. Now it blazes with color, striped tents colored flames of the music of pianola and kettle drum. Mustachioed women and languorous men play chess, carve bones, and eat cats and polish their terrifying brass weapons. These are Iron Republic privateers, pirates whose very practices contravene the very laws of nature. That's creep close and eavesdrop, I think. The Republic is privy to the gossip of hell. Creep close and you may learn impossible secrets. Fragments of meaning. They are speaking of a raid on the Khan's glory, from which they stole pieces of prayer, of a boast that a rival band made about stealing the Empress's wedding dress, of a sort of spiced meat which fills the heart with love. But they speak too, almost coherently, of privateer layers in the Western Wall, of passwords and use of brass embassy protocols, and of tuning techniques for drawing lost souls close. A buzzing rises in your brain as you listen until your eyes become unfocused and your tongue feels thick and heavy. You creep away before anything worse can happen, but this is an odd and useful miscellany of facts. A bit of terror and some fragments for the success there. But we will go pick up a lot of fuel. 30, maybe 40 fuel. This will be the cheapest place. Let's split the difference and set it at 35. This will be the cheapest place to have fuel for quite a ways around. And that'll leave some space for any cargo we happen to pick up. Let's head now to the Utter Shroom and then the Empire of Hands. Then we'll head north. We'll switch back over to the Chelanet. Oh shoot, we should actually switch out our aft weapon for the Milebreaker, so we can save on fuel costs on the way there. You, please, replace our aft weapon. And that'll reduce our fuel usage just slightly. So we're going to the Utter Shroom, so we can trade out our strange catch for a live specimen, and then we're going to trade out the live specimen for 7 more strange catches, and give it the old switcheroo there. Yeah, and we're passing by some of that blackened section, so we can actually go and see what's by Nuncio. Probably a whole lot of nothing, if I'm to be honest. Most of the black spots on the map were black because there was just empty ocean there, and not much of interest. Yep, Nuncio is still of no great interest. We can spend a little bit of time at Khan's Heart. Whoa, there's no entrance there. At Khan's Heart to go and cycle out our spy requests, because we did not have the veils to go and get whatever it is they needed. And so we gained some notoriety from our failure. And we didn't have a Something Waits Us last time to go and cycle out their requests. So open up that. I don't think we need anything from it. Could buy sacks of drop coffee bean, but that's kind of a waste at this point. Let's instead go and double check the spy's needs. Right, because we don't want to use our vital intelligence for that, and we don't have the cunning. Let's cycle that through. And it cycled nothing. Okay, well, that's a bit of a shame. Whoops. We'll go and set off from here and head pretty much straight south, right? Yeah, directly south. South, we can stop over at Dehoot for some supplies, I think. We will go and do that. Head to the Uttershroom, to the Empire of Hands, so on and so forth. And then up, where we will risk life and limb for the possibility of getting the figurehead of the Eater of Names. Hopefully we'll do all right. I'm kind of concerned. I would very much like to not lose this captain. Man, do I wish we could autosave, but rather, do I wish we could manually save, but we just have to risk it sometimes. Hopefully this 5 hull will not be the difference between life and death. I think if things get very dire, we will abandon the fight. We will flee as quickly as our little ship's legs can take us. So we'll get that, plus a bunch of fuel, top up on fuel. Because it should be a 1-to-1 trade for mushroom wine to dark drop coffee beans. We'll just stay underwater for a little while. Oh. That is creepy. I don't think I want to know what that is. Just elegant. At least it looks like it just uses normal ramming attacks. But we are at the Uttershroom now, which means we can go unsubmerge. Remerge. Really need to figure out the correct term for that. Whoops. We'll go here. We will turn our strange catch into a live specimen. Lovely. Oh, and that actually doesn't require a, right, the firkins of prisoner's honey are required for Blemigan propagation. Though I think it just said we were only at 1. Is that the case? Huh, I guess it was. I'm kind of tempted to sit on our firkin of prisoner's honey in case we need it for anything else then. Yeah, I don't think we'll trade it for a Blemigan. We'll just go and sail for the Empire of Hands here so we can turn in our mushroom wine as well as the hydrogen something. I think it's just hydrogen, isn't it? The hydrogen, like, cell that they will void, and then we will be able to bring back to the Iron Republic. So we'll have to do a little bit of sailing today. Ooh, I hope I didn't mistitle that. The stream, then. There's a little bit more here than I really thought there would be. Oh, and another location I had yet to find. There's a glorious dreadnought just sailing around. I wonder why that is. Okay, but we'll turn our engines off and turn. We're good. And so where would that go? Probably the Wild Weald Court? Let's check in with the silent gallery, I assume. Okay, so she just does the plans. Probably we have to go to the Zeppelin. We'll go trade with Wild Weald Court, though. We'll give them their gifts of wine. Lovely. That'll give us some status. And the casks of mushroom wine. Or rather, the dark coffee beans for the casks of mushroom wine. And we'll be good. And I suppose we could check out what our Something Awaits Us will get us. Today, the Wild Weald Court accepts petitions for membership from the low-souled monkeys without. A feeding frenzy. A newly 5-souled ape trembles in the spotlight, surrounded by ranks of jeering, mocking monkeys, throwing vicious abuse and the occasional rock. Its humiliations have been going on for a while by the time you arrive, and the latest of them being publicly shaved as proof of commitment. As you watch from the corner, it plunges its head into a large bowl of, how it wishes it was water, until its breath fails, only to be held under until the thrashing ends. Only then is it allowed to slump to the straw, limp, unconscious. The crowd turns to the 3 mandarins whose decision is final. They turn their backs. And the unfortunate ape's carcass is dragged away as another steps forward to try its luck. That gave us some Wild Weald status, but what the hell? What was that? I just murdered that dude? This is like a fraternity hazing gone nuts. Okay, but now that we have that status, we can plan supplies as well. The cannibal pirates of Hearthsake Island have long been a thorn in the Empire's paws. With a few little drops of this vial, you could deal with them for good. Their supplies would be very welcome for the voyage. Oh, man. They're a nice sort, is the issue. The cannibal pirates... They're like just generally nice guys with the exception that they attack the apes, but they also sort of have reason to attack the apes. God, that sucks. Okay, let's visit the Zeppelin here to deliver the hydrogen straight from the Iron Republic. There you go. So it looks like it'll probably be 5 trips, yeah. If it's 20 fuel per trip, then it'll be 5 trips. And we're actually gaining drowning pearls for that. With hydrogen to fill the Zeppelin, the fuel required to power it will go much further, as indeed will the Zeppelin once it has been completed. The overseer pays you your delivery fee. I mean, I guess... I won't make the decision. I won't make the decision to kill the pirates here. Until the last bit of fuel has been gotten. We should be done here. Let's check out Cannibal Village here. Can I just ask them to give that? No, doesn't look like it. Oh, man. Okay, we'll stop this. We'll head to Irem. Actually, scratch that. We will head to the Chelinet. And actually, if we are doing that, we should... Supplies are doing okay. Cargo space is doing fine. Do we want to stop off at Aestival and grab supplies? I think not. I think we will equip our weapon. We will go to combat against the Eater of Names. And hopefully we will do all right It's a little far away. Maybe I should have saved it for equipment during the at Aestival instead of doing it there. I don't know. But hopefully we'll do all right in this fight. If we get absolutely destroyed, we will have problems. There's a behemoth stash, but that's not what we are interested in. That's not what we're here for. And we want to save all of our hull for this upcoming boss fight. Oh, and of course there's fog. Of course there's bloody fog. Uh-oh. A spy walks the ship. They're good? Very good. Were it not for a single envelope sitting face down instead of face up on your desk, you might have never noticed. Uh-oh. Track down the spy. Search every cabin. Open every lockbox. Dang it, we lost some strategic information. The crew is not informed of the precise reason for the search. They stare at each other suspiciously. Good. Next time, perhaps they will be more alert. I guess strategic information isn't super necessary anymore because we can't turn that... Well, we can still turn it into vital intelligence, but we don't really do that. Okay, let's turn on our light. Uh-oh. 700. Oh, we need to get behind him. Okay. Well, I guess we're taking combat. Ooh. And dodging a buoy. 20 damage per shot. That's not too bad. Okay, it's lost us. This isn't going nearly as terribly as I thought it might. Got the ability to circle it. Oh. Gotta get it in range of one of our guns, though, to fire off a shot. We want to be very careful not to go off the edge of the map here, though. I'm not sure if the fog is helping or hurting us in this fight. I can't really see where the cone is, so maybe that's it. Oh, the spy's back? We lost him moving the Great Gate. Damn. We really gotta find that spy. Okay, this guy is almost dead. We've sunk the Eater of Names. It's time to board and take its figurehead. It didn't actually sink, though. Okay. Oh, I guess it did. The Eater of Names is destroyed. The worms are screaming. The boat is shattered. Wild-eyed Chelonate zealots leap into the Z. None of them try to swim. As far as you can tell, they're diving straight down with no intention of coming back up. Huh. So the things on the side were actually worms. They must have been propelling the ship. Not that they used that very much. We actually did pretty well. Our hull is still quite healthy. But let's go seize its figurehead, I guess. The color is Gant, that color which remains when all else has been consumed. We've already done that. A grisly relic. They must have taken this from the Z near the Gant Pole, the place that draws dying monsters. The memories of slow, deep death adhere to it like rags of skin to bone. Perhaps you'll find a use for it. Gained a Tale of Terror, 5 Terror, and the figurehead of the Eater of Names, along with 10 fragments. We really got to find the spy, though. I don't know how to route him out. He's just going to keep stealing things, I assume, until we get him. Where did he come from, I wonder? We'll go and dock here for the time being. Might as well. Trade a hunting trophy for a outlandish artifact? Sure. One story for another. As your tale of combat on the high Z reaches its pitch, you lift the gory trophy above your head. The children scatter. Only a young boy remains behind staring. He holds out a mass Mask, a mess of tiny bones. Most look like they were scavenged from a dinner plate. Nevertheless, he points at your trophy you trade. I think outlandish artifacts are more valuable than hunting trophies here. And we will go set off for Irem, and on the way back, we will stop off at the Gant Pole to trade for a carboy of primordial somethings. I forget what it's actually called. We can bring that to the Chelinet, as well as our strange catch to turn, or our live specimen to turn it into 7 strange catches. And maybe they'll actually, the Fading Harvest will actually tell us what we want to know for the 6th witness, but I'm kind of doubting that. And actually, before I even go to that, I want to adventure around Irem, because there's a whole chunk of the map where we have not had vision yet. I want to see if there's anything past Irem. I kind of doubt that there is. In fact, I very much doubt that, but it's good to check. I'll have to carefully make sure we don't sail off the east edge of the map. Purge every crew member? That sounds like a recipe to have an adrift ship. Discovered Striketon. Huh. And it looks like just icebergs up here. We'll just do the round around Irem. Another abyss, it looks like, up here. Weaver's Abyss. Or no, Weaver's Rift. Another path north. I want to say we shan't sail off it, if we can. Yeah, it looks like another path north. We'll just back up. It's a little too close. Well, you know what? We'll carefully, at half speed here, cover the edge of it. If we need to back out, we can do that. We can make a 3-point turn here. Is there any way this goes elseways? No, it doesn't look like it. So we'll just make a little 3-point turn. But at least we've confirmed that there is not a secret city past Irem. Very much seemed like a city at the edge of the world. So, go turn this way before we do the turn. That way we don't run across anything unfortunate. And there's just a whole lot of nothing. Oh, there is actually another abyss over here. Aklis Abyss. Okay, and Frostfound is just over there to the left. We're not really interested in that. We are interested in going to Irem. Which we shall do. Do we need our terror reduced? Not so much. We are doing all right. We can trade a lamentable relic for 2 moves in the great game. Yeah, sure. I don't really want to spend any time in the House of the Amber Sky here. That'll replenish what the spy stole. We'll trade all of our sacked of Dark Drop coffee beans. And I don't think we need to buy anything else here. Could trade for a whole bunch of fuel. But our fuel needs are actually already met with the Iron Republic. I wish that was the trade for the supplies, but that's the Element of Dawn, and I think that in itself costs 50 supply, so that would be a loss for sure. A shame. But apparently we can go and trade a Dread Surmise for 10 Searing Enigmas. Considering we can only get it once for 7, but we can get it for 7 from the Alarming Scholar. That would actually be a bonus if we chose to do that, of 3 Searing Enigmas, but I guess that's why you can only trade for 7 once. There's a Lorn Fluke over there. We will not bite. Yeah, definitely not. That has almost as much health, those Lorn Flukes, as the Eater of Names we just defeated. It's ridiculous. Oh, we forgot about the game pole. I also mean to throw that mile breaker in the aft slots. We're not using that anymore. We do need to submerge out here to go to the Gant pole. Here it is. I suppose we can check in on the fading horror specs. I kind of doubt. Oh, right. No, we actually sent something here. Met by the sight of a recently wounded behemoth stash oozing its last on the small beach. It has not been here for long. It does not have long left. Right, so we can go learn some more here. You can keep the old zailors while watching her work. Away the old zailors while watching her work. You may learn something of her art. A few pointed jabs with one of the old zailors' own harpoons keep the mobs at bay. Sever the flesh, whispers the horror specs. Let the entrails form my path. Somewhere in the blood, guts, and blubber, a pattern emerges. She closes her eyes. There shall be a new horizon. All shall know it, but the king's city shall witness it first. We're slowly learning that. We've gained a bunch of intriguing snippets. She's awaiting her next beast. Let's check in if she saw anything. Well, we'll go grab the port report. Let's go check in if we saw anything about the traveler, about the sixth witness. This must be the person the sixth witness asked you to meet. Nope, still nothing. So, the art of haruspicy, still not great. Our apprenticeship, though, is quite well. We are actually at 4. We can no longer gain apprenticeship by bringing recent news. We'll go leave her alone, though. We will get the carboy. Yeah, what the heck? It's just cash. We will trade our live specimen for many, many strange catches. And then we will go unsubmerge. And sell off this carboy of primordial shrieks to the folks in the Chelonit who want it for some reason. Not quite sure why, but they want it. Oh, for not very much though. For 37 echoes. A slight profit on what we made. But now, time to head to Dahoot. With our lovely catch of bales of parabola linen. And just to double check, does Dahoot, checking our undersea economy here, is it at all interested in Stygian ivory? Bales of parabola linen. No, it doesn't look like it is. Bales of parabola linen are really the only thing it wants. But that is still totally fine. Let's go get ourselves down there. Oh, and another nightmare. Flee. Gain terror. Lost menace. Lost a restful night. Actually, I'm going to do a quick triangle to reduce our terror. And I might spend some time in Dahoot. So the triangle is going to be going to the Khanate to go pick up just a single, well, maybe more than a single, to pick up quite a few bits of dark drop coffee beans. Then to Frostfound, where we can have some tea there. Then to Irem, we'll spend one of those dark drop coffee beans to enter the dream and rest and recover. And and we will take the long way to Frostbound so we can have something awaits us by the time we get there. Or maybe we'll just sit in the Khan's port here. There we go. We'll go, open up the Nefrit Quarter, where we will pick up those Dark Drop coffee beans until we can stack no more. And leave... Well, no, we'll leave nothing until we can stack no more. Check on our spies, who presumably have the same thing. I will use the something awaits us here to go and see if they have anything else. Want a captivating treasure? Really? Terrible trades for information here. That'll be this. We're done here. We'll head to Frostbound straight, but we might take a little time to clear out this last bit of blackened map. You know, I bet the spy came from the Khanate. I'm not sure how, or where, or when, but I'm sure that the spy probably came from here. Now we just have to wait for something awaits us. So I think that's a little ways away. Travel to the north of Frostbound, over by Avid Horizon. See if we can clear those last specks of black off the map. Some sort of beetle has invaded your morsel of ship's biscuits. It wiggles its antenna impertinently. Okay, it looks like there's just a bunch of icebergs here, which is basically what I expected. But we'll at least be able to clear that last dark section off the map in this corner. And another path north, it looks like. Oh, and a lifeberg. You are important, actually, because we are quite low on supply. Let's go take care of him. Fortunately, we don't have our aft weapon on, so we'll take a little bit of damage here fighting him. Try to just keep him on max range, though. Alright, sweet. Go pick up 4 supply. That'll keep us tided? It'll hang us on until we are able to get to Dahoot to trade all this stuff. Forgot to take into account the fuel and supply situation when I considered doing a second run to lower our terror. Conveniently, fighting that a lifeberg would have lowered our terror a little bit, and this will lower it even some more, and give us some fuel and supply to boot. And we'll sail over to Irem, sell all but one of the Dark Drop coffee beans, trade that one to enter the Dream with a something awaits us, which we should hopefully have by the time we get to Irem. It's a fair ways further than... fair ways further from Frostbound than Frostbound is from the Khanate. But I think the time should hopefully allow for us to get a something awaits us back. Right. Or do I have to sit in harbor? Signs are pointing to the yes on sitting in harbor. Dang. There we go. Okay, first things first, sell all but one. Then, to the House of the Amber Sky. And we shall pay in coffee beans. We'll go rest, recover, and dream. Gain 2 memories of distant shore and lose 20 terror, which will be great. A shattered tower. At the top of a low hill, a tower stump stands. The masonry looks iremi. The door is rotted, the space within filled with thorned vines, but cracked mirrors still hang on the walls, and in each one you see a different scene. Bright-eyed soldiers bind sharks in iron. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that's actually super interesting. Bright-eyed soldiers bind sharks in iron. We know who binds the sharks, who makes bound sharks. That was a major question that we wanted answered, that we just, there wasn't any other lore for. Whoa. Okay, cool. So the Dawn Machine folks are the ones that are actually binding all of the sea creatures. Well, at least the sharks. Presumably all of the Z creatures. Into man-made harnesses and stuff. Super interesting. Claymen war with clothes colonies in the streets of Polythreme. The alarming scholar cracks soul tubes between his teeth. Truth, dreams, or both. You will wake in the House of the Amber Sky. Your clothes will be stained with the juice of crushed leaves. Okay, that was a huge lore drop that I did not expect in the slightest. Super duper interesting. But we should be able, with our supplies, to make it over to Dahoot. We can sell off of all of our cloth, our parabola linen, for massive profits over there. And maybe we'll use our recent news. Maybe we'll enter Dahoot finally. Talk to the escaped composer. Very easy to gain terror in Dahoot, which is why I lowered our terror very specifically to the amount that it is at. The escaped composer has probably waited long enough. And we'll actually be able to get more from there. In Antha, the lady in the chamber with the animescence, her soul burning, actually has an option to sing Dahoot stuff, counterpoints, drowning songs of various varieties that are all apparently received from Dahoot. We will, of course, interact with their prices first. We're a little far east. We need to go this way. We will, of course, sell all of our goods before we do attempt to enter Dahoot. But after that, we've got the white molly flower to see through illusion. We should be okay. Hello, Dahoot. At long last, we will enter you. All of these can go. Our supply and fuel needs will be met. And now, stay a while. Note that it is easy to gain terror in Dahoot. Be careful. Bring the Drownies news of how London is now, and they will allow you to remain here for a time in exchange. The Drownies built a copy of London as it never was, a cathedral and houses and fields of flowers all underwater. The water is cool and luminous, and at the same time, it is breathable air. They call it the City of Peace. The Drownies make you welcome. They do not attack here. They do not even move quickly. They drift and sing and sometimes dance. And we are now enthralled. Length of stay is 1. Drownies... Okay, that's the same thing. We can observe the bonfire. See if you can observe without being drawn into the dance. Apparently, at 4, we will all be done. We can accept a place at the meal. Oh, right, and we can complete the quest for the escaped composer, which we want to do. Let's ask after the prisoner. Let's do that first. You heard about in Iraq. Is she still here? Have any of the drownies seen her? No. First they pretend not to have heard you speak, then they pretend not to know who you were talking about. Then they say that she was here, but that she is long since gone, and that of course she was never imprisoned. Then the story is that she was here, and she was imprisoned for trying to steal the mechanism out of the cathedral clock. Then it's that she died in prison, and there's no point looking for her now. All of these stories leave a shape in the middle and an outline of the unsaid truth. We've gained a little bit more clarity. We've got lots of clarity, actually, from, I believe, from gathering port reports. Okay, so consuming a needle of Fortis, which we actually are carrying with us, will reduce both enthrallment and clarity. Oh. We can sing a song of broken hulls to reveal the place as it is. A treason against the laws of breathing and swimming. Let's ask the latest news. Town is thriving and full of events, but it is the same that we've heard outside. Stormless. The weather has been dismal lately. Hardly a single wreck since St. Aegidius Day. And then it was only a little yacht with a few sailors aboard. And those two were able to swim to shore and didn't come to Dahoot at all. We just have to hope for the spell to break. Let's check out the calendar first. The dates in Dahoot do not progress as they should. The seasons sometimes overlap, and sometimes it is no season at all. A success. It is every season and none. Your crewmates have different ideas from yours. One says it is October, another that you are just coming up on spring, another points out that the roses are blooming and it must be summer. They've been blooming all year long, haven't they? How long have you been here? Uh-oh. We are quite enthralled. But we are also gaining clarity. Length of stay is at 3. Let's see if we can observe the bonfire. Mingle among the crowd, learn from them, see if you can observe without being drawn into the dance. Success. Gathered outside the cathedral, there is a great water bonfire. It does not crackle or smoke as a real fire might, but it is bright and hot, and it turns the Untersee night into a warm bath. The flames ripple up gradually in majesty, because they are made of water. And when the drownies see you watching, they catch your hands and pull you towards the dance into a current you cannot fight. Shoot. Okay, so we got more enthralled. Our enthrallment, I believe, is at 9 now. So we can leave now. We can say our goodbyes, but it's actually a challenge. Presumably the challenge is for that small reward. I want to sit on that molly flower until we are truly enthralled, and we need that. I don't know if we accept a place at the meal first, though. It's a 40% chance at 2 and 5. I don't know what'll happen. Presumably I'll be even more enthralled if I don't. Enthrallment, no more than 9. You have no more than 11. You have 9. Let's consume a needle of Fortis first. The point is sharp enough to end dreams. That'll reduce our enthrallment, and our clarity is high enough that I think we should be okay. Borrowed regrets. The needle brings you the memory of a long ago theft, an engagement ring stolen from a corpse as it lay in its coffin. Shame and jealousy set in a dusty parlor. The recollection belonged to a time and place much more real than Dahoot. So let's accept the place of the drowning meal just to see what's up. Most of the drowning's food may be eaten with impunity. You just need to remember which is which. How lovely it is. Ostrich steaks seared on each side, green herbs, wedges of fruit that even on the surface would grow far to the south. You've not eaten like this since... Have you ever had such a meal? It is enough to drive away many past fancies and disturbing dreams. We have succeeded, lost 4 terror. Our length of stay is longer. We are enthralled a little bit more. We've actually lost some nightmare strength, which is nice. But... we are becoming more enthralled here. Oh no, and we can't actually sing that song anymore. Oh yes we can, here we go. I think we will. I think we'll sing the Song of Broken Hulls. This comes from Rack, this is from the escaped composer. And it'll apparently reveal this place as it is, a treason against the laws of breathing and swimming. Fill your lungs. You start to sing and the drownies around turn arrested to stare at you. They do not want to hear this song. The cathedral beams creak and you see that the buttresses are the bones of a wrecked clipper. The Z-grass ripples and you see crabs hiding in it. The water air shimmers under the weight of the ordinary Z above. Okay, that didn't go as poorly as I thought it would. We've gained a bunch of clarity. I want to find out more. I want to find out more about what is going on here. Let's eat our white molliflower. We'll see if we can pick up some scintillic from Port Cecil. It will free you from any enthrallment to Dehoot, though it will not prevent you from becoming enthralled again in the future. Crush, bite. The light fades out of the air, the warmth from the sea. You can still breathe, but your lungs ache from the chill of what you were breathing in. It is difficult to see any of the buildings in Dehoot in this dimness, but the cathedral looks like a wrecked hull. Okay. So we can consider attending the Liturgy of Soul, and apparently we can only do that if our enthrallment is not high enough. That's the new one. Let's do it. The drownies nibble sugar bones, and the doors of the cathedral are opened for the only time in the year. The last of the festivals. The cathedral is dark except for candles that do not nearly illuminate its upper reaches. The drownies gather in the choir stalls to sing. They sing about graves they will never inhabit, about the renown of a good death. The floor is strewn with drowning pearls. So if we knew any songs, we would be able to sing them here. Keep awake. Oh, here it is. All of the drownies are gathered. You do not belong here since you are still human, but they do not keep you out. Where the altar should be, there is a square depression on the floor. It would be a pool were the cathedral not already submerged. A drowny in a mitra presides. Keep awake. Awake! Inches burn away from the candles. Reddish smoke from the censers diffuses into the waters. Time is passing and not passing. Clarity chants. And a success. A liturgy of complexity. The liturgy is unbearably long and inscrutably complicated. It includes a list of the names of ships that have sunk in the vicinity of Mount Palmerston, the scientific appellation of every moth with irigo in its wings, the true name of an infamous crocodile, a recounting of persons who have consumed the spores of the udder shroom, an assortment of herbs together with their growing seasons and medicinal applications. At intervals in the liturgy, a drowny approaches the bishop and wades into the pool. There is a hymn, and the drowny comes away altered. And we now have a drowny hymn and a secret, along with some fragments. Always nice. And I guess that's all we could do. Yeah, I guess that's it. Okay. Well, that was enlightening. So it wasn't nearly as sinister as I thought. It is effectively a glamour pushed over everything. The drownies have a wrecked hull instead of a cathedral. They just make it look illusory, like it is actually a very nice building. So that's not really that sinister. That's not nearly as bad as I thought. But we will want to go pick up another molly flower, and we will want to pick up more scintillic so that we can actually do that. We already have one, but we'll have to trade the 1 for 1 if we wanted to go grab that. Let's go make our way over to Port Cecil. We will head from there down to Fathom King's Hold to go and pick up another white molly flower. Then to Port Carnelian to the Iron Republic to restock on hydrogen. Then up to Rack. Or no, scratch that. Up to Fallen London. Then we'll set out again to Rack, to the Empire of Hands, to Irem, to Hoot. Rinse and repeat. And we'll see what the escaped composer has to say about the discovery. What discovery was the truth, though? That she's been murdered? She's dead and buried? I don't know. There was a lot of lying going on. Dang. Well, at least we can bring him the news of something occurring. First thing we need to do, though, of course, is going to be heading to Port Cecil, of course. What are all these? Erect ship. A connate wreck. Wreck waits below, a dark shape in dark water. What caused it to sink? And does anything salvageable remain? It lies on the Z-bed like a closed casket. Let's give it a try. Your boarding party dons their diving suits. The wreck is broken near the main guns. Though heavy doors spared half of the ship with from the water, the crew were trapped inside without hope of escape. They chose to forego starvation. Their corpses litter the azure floors. Your doctor kneels beside one. The thin skin is stained a deep blue-black, the pelican hue of the deep Z. The body is bloated and engorged, stretching the seams of its white and gold uniform. Marguerite poisoning, your doctor pronounces, self-inflicted by the looks of it. He pries the jaw open. The corpse's mouth is stuffed with drowning pearls. Okay, so we got some drowning pearls from that. And I think there was something to the south here, wasn't there? A mine. We shall not be taking that one on. We should now be, yeah, at Port Cecil or thereabouts. So I suppose we can go resurface. Hopefully we don't run into this rock here. Made it to Port Cecil. Now we have this Apossian chess piece. I think since we no longer have use for the colors, we may as well just sell it here, I suppose. If you have no other uses for it, one of the chess addicts certainly will. Yeah, we'll give it up. We got this from the principals, and I think it's probably only useful for that sort of deal. Right? Maybe? Maybe we'll hold on to it. Let's go explore the coral knoll around Port Cecil. Sea laps dark around silvery corals. Humps and columns rise from the coral, a bewildering maze. Oh, but that also takes something awaits us, so we can do one or the other. I think we'll actually gather scintillic instead. The best of the coral will fetch a high price in London, but walk the reefs of the principals and you risk delusion, despair. Take your crew and go carefully. Success, fragments of silver, where the Z washes along across the coral's edge. It glows a rich purple. Each time it washes across your boots, you expect it to leave stains. You edge along the slippery coral, picking up lumps of brighter glowing stuff here and there. And though the Z doesn't stain, eventually it begins to whisper to you. Phrases so clear you catch yourself looking over your shoulder in case your crew have spoke. They have not. They're just looking around just as you are. Between the stars, the Z says, descend the chain. When it runs out across the coral, it sounds almost like a soft chuckle. I rest here, it tells you. I forget. Gain some terror. Gain some scintillic, most importantly. We're all good. And I think that's all we have to do here. That's all we're really interested in. So we will head to the Fathom King's hold. I'm very happy that Tahoot wasn't as terrifying / terrible as I thought it would be. I thought it would be significantly more sinister than that. The fact that it's just Drownies trying to make the place that they live look a little nicer, a little bit more attractive. I'm not against that. It's not like with Mutton Island, where they were cannibals, or with some of the other places, Hideaway, where they murdered the guy because he was about to expose the truth and that Hideaway is about to collapse. It was just essentially people making their home look nicer. Well, Drownies making their home look nicer, but people nonetheless. So it's really not as bad as it could be. We'll keep going here, though. We should be just around the Fathom King right now, right? Yeah, I think this island... It's not quite coral. I don't really know what it is. I don't know what you'd call this. Whatever it is. Maybe some sort of fungus? Represents the Fathom King's domain, and so we shall go and dock there for him. Let's trade for a white molly flower, please. It looks like a fish in water and flower in air. The Drownies recommend owning one if you are going to their cousins at Tahoot. Thank you very much. Sprig and fins. Place it in water if it needs reviving. Crush it and bite it when the need arises. It is proof against seeing things that aren't there, which is the only trick they know in Tahoot. A sniff and a jealous song go with this observation. Okay. We're all done here. Down to Port Carnelian. And we have Storm's attention, actually, so we can go and get some vital intelligence. Or rather, increase our... increase our spy network in Port Carnelian and hopefully get some vital intelligence from them. We've outsped that Lorn Fluke that really wanted to attack us. We are just about in line of this. We should avoid the vortexes. So, you know what? I'm actually kind of curious. Is it actually going to... Yeah, we could just sail right through that. That would be actually an interesting bait if we had a ship on our tail and we wanted to get them off. We will go to Port Carnelian here, just in time to get us something awaits us. Check out our spy's needs. Share our insight from Storm's attention. One of your operatives is troubled. Her temper is short, a flaw in a spy. My ears are full of thunder, she tells you too loud. Her eyes have turned gray as rain clouds. Let's go fix her. You understand your own sleep crackles with distant thunder. Has she suffered since finding a package of gouged chelonet bones on her doorstep? No, she has suffered since finding a package of gouged chelonet bones on her doorstep. A curse sent by a rival. You share a bottle of black wine and stories of your dreams. The spears of lightning, the voice of thunder. The prickling weight of the air before the first downpour. Afterwards, she sleeps soundly. She wakes revivified. We can now go get some more vital intelligence and a Z story. Silent as stone, the great Z powers covet the Carnelian coast for its sapphires, but the jewels your agents excavate are even more precious. Secrets, less gaudy than stones and more portable. Ah, and our network hasn't suffered for it. Sweet. That'll be all we get here. Don't need to buy or sell anything, I don't think. Yeah, because we can get sacked dark drop coffee beans for casks of mushroom wine, and that's much cheaper. And we'll actually do a full load this time. I think we'll just go straight across once we pass Rack to the Empire of Hands. We might just do those last 3 or 4 runs, just straight back and forth across. In that time, we will have to debate with ourselves, though, whether we kill the pirates or whether we spend a significant amount of resources to get the food without sacrificing the pirates. We could do it. It would cost a lot, but we could do it. What we would have to do, or what we would plan to do at the very least, is head it to the surface probably. Go to the surface and check out all of the food that we can get. That'll take, of course, a lot of clicking though, because we can't actually get them in bulk like we can in shops. That's just an interaction. And even then, transporting it across would take oh so much. Go collect the shipment here. And I suppose we can check the shops as well. Same old deal. I don't think we'll buy fuel just here. Yeah, we definitely won't. We will return to Fallen London without contraband. I don't think we have any contraband on us. I wonder if that spy will slip ashore. I wonder if he's done with, or if he's going to continue to steal things. Then we will load up with mushroom wine. Oh, right, we don't have a something awaits us, so we won't be able to make good use of the Humane Canal. It is unfortunate that we were forced to travel across. I suppose if we'd picked up this, if we'd increased our standing with the Wild Weald Court, we'd have been able to do this while ticking off other steps in quests. We've kind of finished all of our quest lines off. That's one of the reasons that I am not nearly so terrified of having bad things happen to us. Oh, and the ship's light is burning blue. We will go logically calm down our zailors and go dock in Fallen London. Yep. Nothing to hide. Please travel. And a gift for us from the Scholar again. Thank you very much. I know it's been a long time since we've seen you. That's at least very nice of her. Him. It. We will go spend some time with... Oh, we'll go grab the morning papers first. Then we'll go spend some time with family. To reduce our terror and gain some restful nights. And how many restful nights do we have? That's actually in here. We have... None? Hold on a moment. Hold on just one ready second. Where are our restful nights? I think we have 2. I think it's just not showing up, or maybe I'm just not seeing it from somewhere. Yeah. Okay. I'll... Whatever. Shoot. Nothing to do with the Brass Embassy. We can give some vital intelligence to the voracious diplomat. The Dawn Machine is still triumphant. Gain 600 echoes from that this time, instead of 500. We have a total of 30 favors. Okay. Ooh, we do need our ship repaired. I'm actually going to keep sitting on favors. I feel like we need a lot of those for establishing our kingdom. Because I assume that we'll need to set up like trade routes and stuff. Well, maybe, depending on how in depth it is. I don't know if we have to manage the kingdom after we set it up. But considering Pigmoat Isle and all that, it's probably a good idea to get some favors with London, since we aren't really making anywhere else. I guess with the Grand Geode by working with her, but not nearly enough. We'll go repair our ship for 100 echo. Very much fine. Merchant Venture is still there. The Rose Market is still the Rose Market. We will go to Rack, the Empire of Hands, and down to Port Carnelian again to pick up the next Vital Intelligence. Then the Iron Republic. Rinse, repeat. Reuse, reduce, recycle. Alright. But first things first, we need to go pick up a bunch of... Where's that at? Mushroom wine. We will pick up pretty much up to max here. Maybe save a space for Firkin of Prisoner's Honey, just in case. You know what? I'm kind of feeling like sailing off the east edge, too. Because we are doing pretty well, all things considered. Question is, will I do that before or after selling or obtaining parabol linen? I suppose if it does what it did when we were in the north or south, it'll just reduce our crew and give us a little bit of terror. But our terror is sufficiently low, I'd say. Terror of 9 should be fine. I wish I could see how much Restful Night I had. Where has that gone? Oh, we can actually sell off some intriguing snippets as well. Yeah, really, where is our Restful Nights? Where have they gone? How strange. Maybe we'll spend another night in our lodgings. Could go give up our captivating treasure another one. Nah, we'll just set off to Rack. Whoops, not like that though. So we'll head across this way. I think there should be a crab in the way. Or maybe not. Maybe the crab's gone. Can't remember if we sank it before. We may have. But at Rack, we can talk to the escaped composer. Just about here-ish. we go here. We can always check out the state of the city. It should be going very well. We'll check on our ships, which have, of course, come in. Probably save our something awaits us. We'll grab that new wrecker. Guider's Morn is going to be out of the way, generally. Well, I guess not if we're going straight to the Empire of Hands. But let's go follow an echo through the hulls. Many wreckers sing, but none quite like this. Careful trespasser, a wrecker warns you as you approach. He escaped from Dahoot. Mind your manners or you might lose an ear. Oh, and we can get that again. Okay, but we've tried to find her. Weird. Okay, let's get the song again. The escaped composer's song. Take this as the composer. It is a score scratched into a sheet of seaweed. There's someone I want you to find in Dahoot. And this is the escaped composer. He looks up at from a water-warped pianoforte, adjusting his glasses. His hand is stained with ink. There is music written on the wallpaper behind him. So, I don't know. Away from Dahoot, the composer explains, while I languished in a cell in Dahoot, dining on drowning slops, this is the music I wished to have, but I could not compose it there. Take it, use it, allow me my little revenge. You glance over the score. The tune suggests the impact of metal and stone, the broken shell, a bubble of air slowly rising to the surface. This is not a cheerful song for a submarine. So maybe that's just something he gives us. I guess this isn't a quest after all. We could also sell our Drowny Hymn. Let's check the hold space. We have 4 spaces, and he will give us 6, so we can't really do that. But since we have this Drowny Hymn, I think... I think we'll just hold on to it. Does it take up space in our cargo hold? I don't think so. I think that's just a curiosity down here, isn't it? Let's just continue over. Maybe we'll stop off at Dahoot again since we have another white molliflower. Oh, the nightmare has come back. Lovely, that'll give us more terror. Well, not great, but it'll do. We'll travel along the Z floor over there at speed. So we go to Astable or Dahoot first. Dahoot, so we can top off our fuel. Wow, that was a close ping, but I don't actually see anything. Yeah, fairly quiet journey so far, which I'm very happy about. Oh, I'm realizing we should probably not stop off at Dahoot because Dahoot will have... that'll be where we're going at the end of our trip to Irem. What's up here? Whoa, what are you? Uh-oh. Oh, those exploded. Burst of Irigo light? Oh, the color of forgetting. 10, terror minus 10, fragments minus 100. Okay, so fragments were lost, which isn't great, but the terror loss was nice. There's Scrimshander, which we haven't seen in quite a while. I can't actually even remember what's over there. I'm pretty sure they had fair trade prices. You know what? Let's take a detour. Let's take a quick stop. It is bony and spiky and altogether unsettling, but our terror is low. Everything else is high. What are you? Just to check. Whoops. Ah, the spy again. Still don't know him. And that's just air. Oh, I forgot about air. So that, I think, is the terror reduction again. We'll save that for after we come out of Scrimshander, because we may very well need it. So what are you again? Scrimshander. Before you looms the bone tower of Scrimshander, the city of remembrance. Ivory structures jut from the pile, supported by buttressing tusks. As your light plays across them, you can make out inscriptions, names, pictures, and dozens of lost languages. The largest ones carry a warning. All are welcome to enter, but none may depart without leaving something of themselves behind. We have access to the shops here. We can actually buy lamentable relics if we ever happen to need more. Fuel is very reasonable, though. Supplies are pretty decent, not the worst. But let's try going in, I suppose. Accept the price and dock. A solemn drowning stands vigil outside of the port, holding a ceremonial key carved from a femur. All travelers, pilgrims, and truth seekers are welcome, but leaving bears a steep price. Through the ivory gates, after scrupulously noting your ship's details, the Guardian welcomes you to Scrimshander. The ivory gate parts before you. Dozens of finger bones click apart and beckon you into the dry center of the citadel. You walk down a damp nave of bone. Intricately carved ivory walls depict improbable scenes from history. The walls are edged in tiny finger bones, each bearing a single name. Inhabitants wear ashen robes and carry steel-tipped bone quills, but you recognize most as drownies or Chelonet expatriates. While most are quiet and ignore visitors, you hear heated arguments over interpretation of the sacred remains. Sacred remains, which will include whatever you leave behind when you depart. So, what can we do? We can go grab the port report, might as well, consider it an ongoing history of the president. Few visitors, fewer departures. The inhabitants of Scrimshander spend much of their time preying on the mysteries of their past. They spend almost as much time arguing about their interpretations. Salted residents often collect nearby salvage, studying the results and inscribing their interpretations on any skeletal remains. But those who leave too often are easily recognized from what they have left in their travels, memories, personalities, and bones. Otherwise, they rarely consider the present, certainly not with the same focus they give to the histories buried within their tower. Recent world events are met with polite silence unless it prompts an anecdote about similarities with antiquity. Apart from old grudges and new theories, very little changes here. So it seems like this place is very obsessed with the past. I suppose we shall assist the ancient chronicler. Bandaged monk sits, attempting to carve a tale with a steel-tipped quill. This will not work for a trembling hand. A day dictated. The monk describes a day in the life of a tomb colonist while you wield the quill. Its nib carves bone easily, as if it were mushroom flesh. The tale is dry, but he insists it be recorded for posterity. Few tomb colonists came to share their tales, a historical blind spot he laments at length. When the work is finished, he invites you to see further tales in the Ivory Archives as his guest. We've gained some time in the archives as 4. And we can gain... having more of that will allow us to go deeper into the archives. But we should make sure not to overstay our welcome. So let's gather at the stage of history. Scholars file quietly into a pair of great ivory doors at the far end of the hallway. When they stumble out again, you can hear raised voices, arguments, and laughter. To the amphitheater. After the reverent silence of outside, the boisterous noise of the amphitheater washes over you like the heavy sea beyond these walls. Ah, right. And this is the location where all plays, truthful or not, of history are performed. The stage of history, actors strut in an amphitheater of bone, performing historical plays of dubious veracity. An audience watches from below, with each roaring drunk member applauding or jeering different details of the work. Above, an imperious figure wearing the crown of wearing a crown of ivory judges, there we go, each performance from a raised theater box. A little hard to parse that sentence. All are served by a single man weaving between the crowd and wearing a perpetual smirk. Okay. So, we can talk with the glib historian here. The mushroom wine he serves is stale, The plays he announces are questionable at best, but the impeccably bearded man with the olive skin laughs at every performance and has a smile for every patron. Maybe we go for that? We can watch a dramatic reenactment. If we had Dark Drop Coffee, we could trade for time in the archives, or we can just trade our wine that we picked up. I might do that. Let's talk with the glib historian first. The mushroom wine he serves is stale, the plays he announces are questionable at best, but the impeccably bearded man with the olive skin laughs at every performance and has a smile for every patron. Warring theories on the stage of history. Some cheer history as the work of the brave and inspired heroes, especially them who wish they could be heroes themselves. The glib historian rolls his eyes theatrically. Others say it's all shaped by cyclical changes in scientific progress, economics and such, but nothing gets in the way of a good story quite like nuance. He spits out the word like a rotten grape. Let them argue. We let them argue on stage and give an ivory crown to whoever's most convincing at the moment. He waves a hand at the temporary monarch in the raised seat above. But as far as I'm concerned, he confides, filling a patron's mug with cheap wine. History is what you make of it, and I make a killing. Okay. So I think we'll try to trade for time in the archives. If the tower at Ashaven, at Godfall, is anything to be noted by, we probably won't double the time that we think we'll need. So 10 instead of 5 should give us plenty of time. Let's trade wine for time in the archives. The glib historian is always looking to restock his supply for thirsty audiences, and he has a surprising influence with the archivists. The solace of history. The glib historian holds surprising sway with the archivists. He assures you that those surrounded by the horrors of history often need a stiff drink. We've got 5, that's the minimum. I don't mind trading these casks of mushroom wine, because they are pretty cheap, even though we are losing out on the profits we gain from turning them into Dark Drop coffee beans and then parabolan and then cash. But we're doing okay on cash. So I think turning this to access the story here will be more important. That's 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So we'll still have 17 to trade. Let's leave them in the amphitheater, though. Back to the quiet of the crypt, you leave the noise and stale wine behind. Let's delve into the Ivory Archives. The Ivory Archives are a wealth of history, with ages of visitors' stories carved into the bone pillars that build the citadel. It's something between a library and an ossuary. Ossuary, but less inviting. You'll want enough time in the archives to explore and return afterwards. At least 5 points is recommended, but more will allow deeper explorations. Do not overstay your welcome. It will not be pleasant. Downwards into history. The monks grudgingly allow you to enter, but warn you that staying longer than your allotted time will incur significant penalties. They refrain from going into details, but you notice that their bone quills are significantly larger and sharper than their fellows. Narrow passages wind through the old city, shadowed, ever descending. You walk alone, except for the constant remains of those who came before you, each bearing their sad, small tales. They all end the same way. They all end here. Will you? We will continue downwards. The tales of the dead surround you. Each step buries you deeper in the past. Downwards into history. What came before now? What terrors of yesterday led to today? What have you discovered? What have you uncovered? Question an ancient assumption. Everyone knows that the city and its people were completely destroyed. Everyone except the authors of these records, apparently. Interesting. Survivors of a sort. So much for the old theories. It seems that disaster wasn't so natural after all. Devils were less fond of subtlety back then. Huh. Still have 8. We'll keep going downwards. Bonequake. A shower of bone dust falls from above, then a trickle of water. Suddenly the bones supporting this passage crumble above you. Run. A narrow escape. You look back on the collapsed tunnels behind you. In the pudding remains, you find the culprit, a burrowing boneworm, all teeth and cilia. Good for bait, bad for remains, and mercifully crushed in the passage's collapse. You succeeded in an iron challenge. Sweet. We'll keep going. downwards into history. We are now at 6. We can unearth a portrait of a time. Travelers from all eras from across the Neath have been brought here to rest. Perhaps something can be synthesized from their collections. Fashions of the day. There is a king who sees a city which delights him. He longs to rule it, though it can never be his, but he is unperturbed. He may have a fantasy of the city, and that is enough to satisfy his whim. No power in the Z cared to stop the city from rising, so the king populates it with subjects at his discretion. They live in a phantom reality, one that is beautiful enough to disguise its truth. Ah, and this is talking, of course, about Dahoot. I guess there is a king in Dahoot that is not the Fathom King. So apparently the Drowny Chorus... Oh, in Scrimshaw's Amphitheater will pay handsomely. Interesting. That's nice. So presumably... we will have to spend a bit of time getting out. I don't know how much time, though. We'll continue downward a little more. I'm going to assume that it will cost 1 to go through, and since it's a chance, I assume there's a way to fail. Right now, our mirrors is apparently high enough that is not an issue. But now, we can identify some unusual remains. This far down, you should expect anything, but the carved remains of a rubbery man will always be a little surprising. A different sort of history. It hasn't got many bones proper, but its calcified tentacles bear inscriptions in an unrecognizable language. As you study the writing, one tentacle crumbles, revealing a gleaming lump clutched to the poor thing's chest. Yeah, we gain some scintillic from that. We've still got 5. We'll leave when we're at 3 or 2? 3, I think. That should probably be enough. So we have more rubbery man remains, which will give us more scintillic. Our last continuation downwards will give us another bit of scintillic. So let's search for the exit. Which way did you come from again? The steep, you don't recognize the languages, but the stories are still familiar. Onwards and upwards, the bones are fresher, tales more recent. Leave your past behind. Oh, whoa, what is this? So we have 2 options here. We can be attacked by a mad monk, or we can choose to stumble upon mummified remains. This one is a 100% challenge. I guess... No, let's avoid the Mad Monk. Even if it should be, even if we have a sure chance of succeeding, I'd rather avoid injuring them, just in case it leads to a poor outcome for me. Stumble upon some mummified remains instead. The remains in this ancient hallway aren't bone, but mummified remains wrapped in linens, lying in repose. One could almost mistake it for tomb colonists at tea. A royal sort of remains. This one's wrappings are of a different quality than the rest. Ornate pictographs sewn into the linen with golden thread depict an ancient city, long collapsed. There we go. Beneath the bones are immaculate and untouched. We gained a bale of parable linen. Perfect. We're going to travel anyway. And it's a good thing we turned back for the exit now. Uh-oh. We have to steel ourselves before a dread visage. History's horrors are too numerous to count, especially when the results are so difficult to face directly. You've seen worse. You've had worse done to you. In fact, you've probably done worse to others, but only to those that deserved it. I gained a tale of terror. Whew, and we made it out with 1 remaining. Let's leave the archives. You're not too far gone yet. You can still escape, unlike these poor souls. Back among the living, back to now, or at least the most recent remains. Okay, well, let's go in here, and... I thought the Drownies were going to trade something for us. Must be this one. Deliver a portrait of a time past. Thorough details on manners, opinions, laws, and people they shaped. A comedy of errors in accounting. Life moved by the forces surrounding the individual, the pomposity of the great, the spirit of the many made manifest. Clearly the perfect material for a musical, the Drowning Chorus agrees. So we gained more time in the archives, which... Oh no, we actually gained more tides of time, which is a different thing. And we've lost the Drowning Chorus. And what the heck? Let's watch a dramatic reenactment. Might as well. Drowning Chorus presents a sweeping historical opera with a 2-drink minimum. Lost in Terror, gained 50 echo. A surprisingly brisk epoch. A city rises and falls in a matter of hours, with cast members playing a dozen roles each over the years. The dance number at the end is a crowd pleaser. Afterwards, the Drowning King assures the crowd that the dancing was strictly allegorical. Okay, and we can apparently help search for a hero. I think we've actually done this one before, so we will leave here. We will leave Scrimshander. No one may depart Scrimshander without leaving something of themselves behind, by which to be remembered. Tradition demands it, as do the muscular guards at the gate. Their sharpened bone quills are ready to collect your donation. Oh, apparently we have a lost pilgrim's passage. Okay. The pilgrim stands by the exit with a confused smile. She hesitantly begs you for passage to somewhere else? To the home of the lost. Too many trips through Scrimshander, perhaps, or any number of other causes, but after careful questioning, she ventures that she may be nearly finished with her pilgrimage. Only one holy place remains for her, the Gant Pole. Okay. So she wants us to go to the Gant Pole. That's easy enough to do. Lost Pilgrim. Going to Gant Pole. That's sort of on our current path anyway. And so... I think we will just leave behind some Z stories. Maybe hunting trophies. Well, hunting trophies are a little harder to get. Let's leave behind a story. You can always make more. A block of memories. You take a deep breath of bittersweet incense and recount your tales. As you speak, a chronicler carves your bones onto bricks of ash and bone powder. The bone quills scratching, grates, and the incense stings your eyes, but you continue. By the time you've finished, your head aches and the chronicler holds a handful of bricks. Before returning to your ship, you examine one. It bears your name in a short tale, but it isn't a memory of yours. You'd remember anything that outlandish. Best to leave before they realize the mistake they've made. Okay, and we're done here. So... we will go pick up some fuel, methinks. Maybe some supply? Not quite sure. But at least some fuel. And we'll top off our supplies here with the rest of our cargo space. That should do the trick. I think we should be good here. It is our time to head to the Empire of Hands. Yes. Empire of Hands. We have no terror whatsoever. So we don't need to have our minds wiped by that strange contraption on the Z floor. There's so much down here. I guess I just haven't traveled the Z floor long enough to really see everything that's down. So we'll travel to the Empire of Hands underwater. Do we have in our hold Hurricane of Prisoners on it? We do. So we could, if we wanted to, go to the Utter Shroom and trade that for a Blemigan. I think, though, that we will not. Yeah, I think we will leave that for... something else. And some more fuel on the Z floor. Never say no to that. There's a Connate investigation ship. We've got our something awaits us back. I believe... Yeah, this is the edge of the Empire of Hands here. We will skirt around that. Holy moly, that's a lot of pings. Okay, so one down here. Oh, that's the Lornest fluke. Nope, I'm good. I am totally out. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Ow. Well, that's not nice. There's some more bones, which I believe we can pick clean. Yes, we can. A watchful skull. A vast skull, grotesquely elongated, glowers up at you. Its eye sockets gleam with a sharp blue light. Its jaw is long and strong as a ship's bone. What the heck? Let's look into the skull's eye socket. Violent luminescence shines within. You don your diving gear. You place your gloved hands to the bone, peering into the socket as if it were a shop window. Behind the light is darkness. Black stone walls rise, 1,000 stone doors in ancient hunger. In your hands, a knife, coral black. Someone writhes upon the altar. Hooded figures enfold. You draw back from the socket. The light lingers. Huh. Interesting. Then there's this thing. Uh-oh. No. I didn't want to go that close. I don't know what that is, but that is not the color of something nice. I don't think. We need to go remerge. Ooh, hopefully before we accidentally sail off the side of the world. No, we're good. We're good. We stopped. We have made it over to the Empire of Hands. So we can deliver our lovely, lovely hydrogen to the Zeppelin. There you go. And gain some drowning pearls for that. Sweet. We will head back to Port Stanton, and then we will go to the Wild Weald Court and trade all of our wine. Okay, yeah. Wine for sacks of dark drop coffee beans. So we've actually maxed out our Wild Weald status. We are at 50. But we are not really concerned about that right now. We are concerned getting as much coffee beans, as many coffee beans as we can get. And I think that's all we have to do here. We could use our something awaits us up. I suppose we might as well. A visitor in court. The Imperial cartographer works with uncommon fervor to create and compile maps for the court. Ah, we've gained 5 Z-stories, which actually gives us exactly back what we used up in Scrimshander. So that's not too bad. The creator of maps. The cartographer painstakingly draws one of the Empire's islands onto a parchment treated to look ancient. He explains his art freely, glad for a moment's recognition. Since the quarantine and trade embargo, the Empire's best way to lure visitors has been to seed the Untersee with tales of lost treasure. Maps, primarily, just cryptic enough that they feel they have achieved something by their search. Then, while they poke about in the forests, both their souls and ships are... He stops. He said too much. Is there treasure buried, though? Oh, yes, he almost snaps, continuing to encode a series of directions into a recipe of some sort. If word spreads that there was not, why would you fools continue to brave the voyage? All right. So that's done. And now we get to go to Fountainhead Island, because we did not have... The something awaits us that we don't have now. No! Okay, we didn't have the something awaits us before. We forgot to use it now. Next time we won't come back here with a stock full of mushroom wine. Or at least we won't use the something awaits us in the Wild Weald Court. So we will go and set off for the north here. Through the east? We haven't done anything to the east yet, have we? Oh, what will it do? We should probably do that now, actually, before we have significant fuel and supply concerns. Oh, I hope I'm making this decision correctly. The sun beneath the sea. Whoa. We will sail east, and the islands will fall behind. The sea will be troubled by greater waves. The false stars will pale until the neath roof glows invisible above. New scents will prickle the air, something like spice and something like pine. The light below. At first, the sea will still be the color of night behind glass, but then we'll see the light below. The color of the water will change. Rain, wet slate, then darkest jade, then deep, rich green. Green is fresh emeralds. Green is a remembered rivers. Wow. That's super neat. So there's actually trees and stuff. This is a whole other sea down here. What? Oh, and that wasn't nearly as bad as I thought. Okay. The death of words. It will be silent, that place where the sun lies beneath the sea. The engines will toil without sound. Words will issue from our mouths and puff into vapors. The silence will be too much, and the scrutiny of the golden light rising beneath us. We will have no choice but to turn back to King Eater's castle, where the world ends. But look at this. This is a whole set of mountains. The sea is beautiful and not completely black. It didn't take nearly as much as I thought it would. But this King Eater's castle is kind of the opposite direction we needed to go. But now, okay, we did not apparently get Salt's song. I did see that was an option. We have the Mark of the East, though. Where would that be under? A menace, perhaps? No. I don't know. I really don't know. But yeah, that's 3 edges of the map we've sailed off. We should have enough to get all the way north. Though maybe we stop off at Hoot first for a resupply. Need to skirt around these dreadnoughts too. If of course we can. Looks like he's lost us though. We should really travel underwater by this area. Because it looks like there's a lot of cool stuff over there. Of course, we have to sail past the spider-ridden area of Savior's Rocks. We could stop by, I suppose. But I kind of doubt they actually have anything, and there's spiders there. Why would I want to stop by? Oh, God! And an elder angler crab will, of course, show me up. Ready to battle. Not 10 feet away. Luckily, he is significantly slower than we are. So we are already past. And apparently we've entered a fog bank, which is forming around us. And we've left. Okay. Well, we've got the something awaits us, and we are passing the Empire of Hands again, so I guess that's a positive. A savage Lorn Fluke. Uh-oh. That's a problem. Keep going. Keep going, my little friend. Ow. Luckily, those don't do too much damage. Yes, we will go to Fountainhead Island here first and engage in a treasure hunt. Secrets are buried here, ready to be discovered. Into the valley. The map of the island shows where to begin. The instruction on the back explain the rest. You only have time for 1 dig attempt per visit. Every time you return to the valley, you will begin at the correct point for finding the treasure. X is 7, Y is 3. How dare it do 2 damage to you, indeed. So, what does the map say? What were the instructions again? North for each city the bats have brought down, then east to the river where no man fears to drown. Venture south for each island the Empire can claim, and west for each bearer of the Emperor's name. Head straight for the horizon, then take a step more, letting west end your search with a 1, 2, 3. In the shape of an X, find a seeker misled. Nothing but eternity belongs to the dead. Okay, so north for each city, the bats have gone down. The bats have only, as far as I understand, brought Fallen London down. East to the river, no man fears to drown. I am assuming that is the river at the south edge. Right? I don't know what that means. Venture south for each island the Empire can claim. There is Demew Island, Station 3, Mutton Island. Doing this without the map is really hard. Without being able to bring the map up. But I think that's 3. Well, Palmerston's definitely not it. West for each bearer of the Emperor's name. I don't know what that means. Maybe Emperor is the Khanate. So that could be the houses, maybe? How many houses are there? Leopard, the Tiaman. Pretty sure there were at least 2 more, like wolf and something there. So 4? Okay, so let's go 1 north, east to the river. I don't know what that means. Go east until there's a river. Where no man fears to drown. I think we saw a shipwreck with the name Emperor something. Wreck of the Nocturne and Wreck of the Miko are both shipwrecks. I can't think of Emperor's anything. I think that's talking about the fallen houses. All right, well, we'll give it a shot. 1 north, as far east, I guess, as we can get. East to the river where no man fears to drown. I don't know what that one is. South for each island the Empire can claim, which is 4. No, 3. Yeah, 3-ish. And west for each bearer of the Empire's name, which is 4. Up 1, far east, down 3, to the right 4. Up 1. Climb over slippery, slimy rocks. East. Oops, we went south. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what have I done? I've sent us all out of whack. Okay, now we're back there. We can't go any more east. So, south. 3. 1, 2, 3. And west, 4. And wait, can we not dig? What? Oh, maybe it's the coordinates. No, that can't be it. You know, we found a corpse. We're going to call that good. A promising bowl of thick trees and occasional bursts of space, as silent as lost gold and filled with hiding places. Be sure you have space in your hold for treasure. I think we do. Picturesque copse. Not a corpse. I don't know what a copse is. You could dig here. Will there be treasure? You dig but find nothing. It is getting late. You will need to try again another day. Dang. Okay. Well, we gave that a shot. I want to look at everything here. Oh, no, maybe Empire's talking about this. Shoot. So there's 4 islands for the Empire. Dang. Yeah, it's not talking about Fallen London at all. That's a kingdom question mark. So of course all of this is going to be that. Dang, I should have known that better. Okay. Next time we'll remember. I don't know what east or what it's talking about with the river. Maybe it's over here somewhere? Nah, there's no river here. Fountainhead, Wild Weald. I don't know. I don't know where the river is. Okay, but we gave it our best shot. It's time to head up north. We already sailed off the east edge of the map, which isn't nearly as bad as I thought it would be. We will have to go to Hoot to top off our fuel and what such supplies. We could spend some more time there, but I don't really want to. I really want to send these apes off. Are we on the way to Hoot? Maybe we can just buy it at Irem. Maybe we can scavenge supplies up in Aestival, because I'm pretty sure somebody has always said that scavenging supplies at Aestival always gives a ridiculous amount. It just has the possibility of giving you a wound, which is not great, but we have 3 wounds to spare, and we don't have a something awaits us. Okay, it's okay. Everything is fine. Doesn't that look like a lovely island to set up a kingdom on, though? Look at that. That looks fantastic. We'll just head over to Hoot now, though. Because we are running on our margins here. So once we cross out past here, I think as soon as we see that first face, we can submerge by it. Yeah, just about right. Okay. We will go buy up fuel. Lovely fuel. And supplies. There we go. And we'll come back for more fuel and supply when we sell off the rest of our parabola linen. I suppose we may as well sell that now. Let's head to Irem. And actually, since we need to go to the Gant Pole, let's stay underwater for our journey there. We'll stop off at the Gant Pole to drop off the Lost Pilgrim. I wonder why she wants to go to the Gant Pole. Something spooky? Something normal? Supplies? Torpedo components. Yeah, torpedo components. And the nightmare is back, but luckily, we have extensive experience in fleeing from it. So that is Khan's shadow, judging by the shape of the shadows. Khan's shadow, I get it now. The boats over there. So Gant Pole should be... That'll be the Chelinet. Is that a ship? Hold on a minute. The Irrepressible. Oh, look, it's the Irrepressible. Do we want to take them out? You know, we'll wait until we can equip our aft weapon. And what are you? Presumably, well, I couldn't really quite see it, but we will go to Irem and equip our aft weapon and blow up the Irrepressible. Okay, let's deliver the Lost Pilgrim. What poor soul would come here willingly, but she seems happy at least. A soul with nothing left to lose. At last my pilgrimage is complete. She sighs with contentment. Slowly, reverently, she hands you a small bag of coin and an icon of Saint Croatoan the Lost. Everything is left behind. I'm free. She wanders down a stone artery. A worn shoe squelches in the blubber of a dead beast. Without breaking stride, her foot slides free and she continues into the dark. Oh. Okay. We got an outlandish artifact and 50 echo from it. Cool. Sweet. Oh, we should get supplies here instead of into Hoot. They're a little bit cheaper. In fact, Might as well. Huh? What am I being targeted by? I do not know. Did the Irrepressible follow me out here? If it did, it didn't follow me. But we should. There it is. Coming up right on Irem, and we'll unsubmerge right in their harbor. Okay, we are here to trade sacks of dark drop coffee beans. We don't need a terror reduction right now, I don't think. Yeah, so we'll just trade them all. And then we will set off back down. Oh, wait. Shoot. We're planning to take out the Irrepressible here. I hope the Merciless Medivh isn't going to be mad when we blow up her friends. Do we have enough fuel for this? Maybe not, actually. Hold on. You. Yeah, maybe we'll leave that for a different time. We'll just make our way over to Hoot here. Trade off our supplies, or our parabol linen. And make our way back home. Back through Port Carnelian, probably. Oh, and I suppose we can stop off at the Khanate here with our Something Awaits Us and cycle that through, since I don't want to use a captivating treasure to go and increase our spy network at all. Not a chance. Let's go over here. We won't do anything beyond that, I don't think. We'll open it up. That was actually just out of reflex. But let's seek another opportunity. Diplomatic agent. 34% chance? Sure, whatever. Let's give it a shot. Can provide this. The veracious diplomat in London can provide the kind of specialist assistance you need. Fail. Oh, and our movements are being curtailed again. Lovely. Okay, that means another surprise stop to Khan's glory, so we can go bribe the Tiamat off some more. Turn! Who knew that handling a giant ship shaped like a heart wasn't actually very good at doing quick maneuvers? Okay, back down to 8. We're okay. And because we've been actually getting pearls, I believe, from the trade? Or from delivering the fuel to the Zeppelin. I think we still technically have enough somewhere, if I can find the bloody things. Where are those gone? Where are our drowning pearls? They are straight up just not there. Unless I'm going completely, totally, and utterly blind. Some things are definitely missing from here. Notably the drowning pearls. Yep, I'm blind. Either way, we have spares. Was what I was trying to say. And the spy's back. Hey, we got him. Search every cabin, open every lockbox. Traitor, the determined doctor makes no plea, no apology, no excuse. He holds his hands out for irons and is escorted to the brig with his head held high. It was him? Really? Well, let's hear him out. A difficult conversation. The determined doctor stands as the door opens, irons clinking on his wrists. His eye is defiant. The cold sweat on his brow tells a different story. Let's demand an explanation from him. The question is a single word: why? An impersonal betrayal. Why would a man throw a life preserver to a drowning child? The determined doctor looks up, revolutionary fervor in his eye. You were not there, sir, or you would know. Our only salvation is in anarchy, in burning London, bringing down the Khanate, and sealing the Cumaean Canal. Taking back what is ours. They understand that. In the shadow, they understand. I don't know what to do here. I think arguing with him probably won't do the trick, but he was an anarchist before, I think. And he is effectively an anarchist now. Let's try to deal with him. He only did what he thought was right. If he swears never to repeat this, his honor will hold him to it. A principled stand. Please understand there was no pleasure or satisfaction in what I did. It was only with the bitterest regret and for the greatest good that I betrayed your trust. But I cannot swear that, sir. I must continue to act as my conscience demands, as you must with yours. I will speak no false promises to spare my neck. Well, let's try arguing with him, I guess. It is a question worth asking. For a moment, it is as if you have got through to him. But no, a man who would fall so quickly from worshipping sorrow spiders. Oh, right, no, he wasn't an anarchist. Well, he was. He was a, Oh, man. This dude. You need to stop hopping from social media to craze to social media craze, man. Stop joining the cults. For a moment, it is as if, my goodness, what a phrase. You have got through to him, but no, a man who would fall so quickly from worshipping sorrow spiders to the crooked clutches of a calendar council and still be instantly won over by a bunch of Kaganian anarchs is a man with an impenetrable shield of homilies and self-justification. I did what I must, says the doctor, his solitary eye staring past your ear. I could have done no less. Well, we've gotten, I think, all we're going to get out of him. Let's pass judgment. You've heard enough. A verdict is reached. The determined doctor does his best to look defiant, but he is unable to hide his nervous trembling. I think we'll put him back to work. Under guard, of course. He is, fortunately or not, too good a surgeon to simply discard. We're not really using you, but I want to see where your quest goes. I want to return you to being sane, man. Come on. It does not seem that much of a punishment. Still, the doctor's face sinks into gloom. Was he hoping to be a martyr for the latest cause? Is he simply sick that he will be unable to help his anarch friends? It matters not. The irons around his wrist are removed. He is free to resume his duties, at least for the moment. Okay, we're all done with him. I can't believe it was him. What a twist on that. I thought that was just some kind of random event. I wonder if we can talk to him some more. Change his view of things. But we need to head to Dehoot. I do believe... Which face do we make our descent at? I think it's over here. Just about there. Oh, and we were just seeing the barest edges while we were descending. Yeah, look at that. Perfect landing. We will go and offload all this. Buy up a whole bunch of fuel. 30 should suffice. And, that much supply, I think. And that'll leave a little space for the other stuff. And we do have those 22 drowning pearls. I don't know why I couldn't find them in the hold. Oh, there they are. I am just blind. Okay, well, I think we've got terror to spare, right? Do we spend some time here? What the heck? Let's do it. We're now enthralled. Cool. So let's look for things we haven't yet done. For other visitors here. Dehoot is thriving. Perhaps there are humans besides you and your crew. Unmistakable traces. There are human voices sometimes, even if you can't see the people speaking. There are footmarks on the ground and disturbed seaweed on the stones that must have been churned up by an unaccustomed swimmer. The drownies are in their element here. They do not leave such marks. Ah, I see. So this is the route. Let's search for the secret places here. There are other humans here. You have heard the voices and seen the submarines in dock, but where are the others kept? So this is... You have to stay here for not too long. You can't be too clear, apparently. The staircase under the cathedral. You stand at the bottom of the stairs and listen to the crypt gate. You hear sounds that do not come from the dead. At one moment they sound like songs, and then the next like tears, and after that like meditation. Some rattle their bars, but most do not. Where would one rather be imprisoned than here in Dehoot? More clarity, more enthrallment. Let's keep investigating. Why isn't it quieter down there? Does it hold more than the dead? The crypt of the great cathedral. Attend closely. Through a woman in the stone, you think... Oh, no, through a window in the stone. You once think you see a woman in a plain dress sitting very upright. When you look again, she is gone. But twice a day, a drownie goes into the crypt with a basket of ordinary bread. Twice a day, a drownie comes out with a slop bucket. Dang. And I think that's all the time we had to move. Concealed. Well, let's sing another song. We are now extremely clear. And, suppose we can consume this too, right? No, the white mollyflower, pick that up at Fathom King's Hold, is kind of out of the way. I suppose we could read an unread log, but that just affects clarity and stuff. I want to investigate more. Yeah, shoot. I think we'll just leave. You part on pleasant terms with kind words on both sides. They give you a necklet of drowning pearls and tell you to return when you have fresh news from London. 5 drowning pearls, lost 20 terror, gained a Z story, and gained a vision of the surface. Dang. I want to investigate that cathedral more. We know where they are. I don't know the requisite requirements to actually get there. We must have to do it in the short amount of time between us arriving and us becoming a common feature of the place. We'll keep on the keep in the underwater sections here, making our way all the way down to Port Carnelian. And there's another Scrimshander, and it looks like one of those glowy enemies, just on the right side of the screen, on the eastern side. But we're not going to go take them on. And there's this thing, if we wanted to lose more terror. But we don't really need to. What is this location? Hold on a minute. That must be... that's the Sea of Lilies. Oh, look, beloveds. And... yep, that's a beloved there. Something else. More air. Don't yet need that. And we'll want to avoid this, because that actually harms the ship. Where are we at right now? I can't tell if we actually travel faster or more slowly underwater here. I think we travel at approximately the same speed. There's less to look at, less to pass, since it's mostly dark. This will be Station 3, I'd want to say. Visage. And this stuff, whatever it is, I still don't know how to describe it. That's more stuff from the Fathom King. Oh, and Antha here, right? Yeah, we could stop by. We're already underwater after all. And we are kind of out of oxygen. Is it a sea sponge? Maybe. I actually can't quite recall what a sea sponge looks like. But you may very well be right here. We've gone and made it to Igel. Let's keep doing things here. We could sacrifice memories of Nook. We kind of see, or rather saw, everything in Nook that we wanted to see. Let's do one more. A release. You press the needle to your palm. There is a drop of blood, a jolt of pain. The needle grows. For the first time since leaving Nook, you feel the pressure of your own blood straining against your skin. Intolerable, hot, too hot, bursting in the air. A fantasy, a future. We will taste this. The pressure under your skin seeps away like a slow deflating of a balloon. It leaves a hole in your mind, already folding in on itself and becoming impossible to remember. So we've lost our tastes of freedom, and that is much more reasonable. And I guess while we're here, we will help sort needles. There's so many in different sizes and shapes and colors. Some are iridescent, some deep black, long ones here, short ones there. The first mate remembers each of them, when it was grown, how long ago, what regret it captures. At some point, maybe we will consume 10 needles of Fortis, as asked. We don't need to do anything here. We passed something. Apparently we didn't get a very good look at it. Oh, that must be some more supplies, I think. That swirling shoal of fish. That is what denotes that. That is... I want to say Irigo. If we wanted to reduce our terror. How is Port Carnelian doing? Doing something over in this direction. Wow, it is real dark in this section of the ocean. There's not too much in terms of light. Ooh. A set of bones? Ow. Right, a solid set of bones. I really did not expect to clamp into that as much as I did. We'll go and surface just outside just outside of Port Carnelian. Hold up, whoa. What is that in our log? You are not welcome here? What? Oh, that's not comfortable. That's not nice. That's not nice at all. We'll go pick this up and check out what the spies need. A diplomatic agent, of course. I would love to have a different opportunity, but unfortunately I don't have a something awaits us. And we don't really need to buy or sell anything here. Kind of good to just set off with that vital intelligence under our belt. Go and set off for the Iron Republic. We will keep stacking on fuel. We still need to decide what we are going to do with the cannibal pirates. Because if we want to most efficiently transport all of these supplies, we will need to start probably on this or the next trip. So what do we have now? Same thing, different day. We will need to determine if we want to go up to the surface and grab some supplies there, or if we sacrifice those pirates. Presumably it will maximize the amount of supplies that they receive for that Zeppelin. Presumably that will max it out the same way that the Cask of Souls from the Tomb of the First Emperor did. No, something awaits us in time for this harbor, unfortunately. We're traveling too fast, which is a good thing. It means we can get across the whole Sunless Sea to do these runs pretty quickly, but it's a little unfortunate. Quaker's Haven, Mutton Island, still under construction, even though it visibly doesn't look like it. I'll just use that. Sure, let's just take it for the supplies. Maybe a bit of a waste of that blue scintillic, but it doesn't go away, so that's still pretty nice. We'll go dock up. Oh, we don't have a something awaits us still? Oh, no. Well, the Alarming Scholar will give us some more supplies. Maybe we should trade in this Colossal Fluke Core. I'm really not sure. Our terror wasn't reduced, but we were already under 50 anyway, so it wouldn't have really been anything. We'll grab some recent news. Oh, and that'll give us some supplies. Spend a little bit of time with our family. Gain a restful night again. And honestly, I think I might have baited people with the title. I was really planning, right? I was really planning on getting my captain out the door, booting him into the kingdom that he made. I had really, really planned on that being the case, but I found a treasure map. I made it all the way into that emperor's tomb, and I don't know. I was having interesting things happen. I was having fun. We got into Dahoot, and we had all of that mystery going on. I just didn't want to end it. And now we're 4 hours into the stream here, and I want to keep going. I don't want to kick off all of the stories that we're partway through. The Merciless Medice, we found the Irredeemable. What was it? Irrepressible. We found the Irrepressible for her, and so we can now go, presumably sink it, and I guess that's how we progress her quest. I don't really know. Oh, man. The Monkey Foundling saved us. She saved us! She climbed down into a pit and with a rope and saved us from an almost sure doom, an almost sure fate. We sailed off the east edge of the map. We saw this. We saw Salt's song for the Carnelian Exile, though it still doesn't seem like we have whatever it needs she wants, or whatever she wants us to do. You know what? I am going to sail off the west edge of the map. That's the only edge we haven't gone, and I feel like in the bait of saying that we're going to end this captain one way or another for the title of the stream, I think I owe it to you guys, and probably owe it to myself. Just sail off for all 4 edges of the map. I will necessitate going past the Dawn Machine, and that thing scares the bejesus out of me. That is a real spooky thing, especially since I don't know whether it's mechanical, eldritch, or a combination of the two. And I don't know how it works. Makes no sense to me. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go do that. I think we have the fuel. We'll go stock up on more fuel at the Iron Republic. But I think we will have the fuel and the supplies to go do that. The east edge of the map wasn't nearly so bad, but that also has a lot of entrances. I'm assuming the west edge is going to be kind of rough. Our terror is at a absolute minimum. It's as low as you could possibly go. Our food and fuel supplies are decent. If the west edge of the map puts us probably the Grand Geode, maybe the Iron Republic? If it puts us there, like all the other sides of the map have, barring the south side, but the river is the only entrance there. So I guess it could also spit us out right back out next to the side of it. Then I think we should be okay, even if we end up limping along on half crew. We have a ton of hull, we have lots of food, and we will soon have lots of fuel. I think we'll be good to do that. Gillifleur, no reason to tangle. We will just keep going here. Oh, wait. Yes, we need to stop off here and grab fuel before we sail off the edge of the map. Right, this will probably give us some fear, so we'll just get fuel bog standard and basic. With that much, in case it cuts it in half, we should still have enough to travel at half speed, at least to get back to the Iron Republic. If it takes away our crew and cuts our fuel in half. Same goes with supplies. If we go back with more people, that would actually be kind of confusing. That would throw us off significantly. I would have no clue what to do in that case. We'll go down here. We'll have to dodge some glorious dreadnoughts. Or actually, I think those are glorious something or others. Not dreadnoughts. They're not nearly wide enough. Oh, and of course there's a dust storm going on. We will hug this so that we... Uh-oh. Get the light bonus, and then we'll head down this way. Now, is the dawn machine to the left or right of this? It's to the right. This wax wind, though, is really sucking. Am I going to have to dodge around these? Are these solid? I hope not. The Barnesmore Gap. Ooh, don't hit me. Don't hit me. Oh, it hit me. Okay, so where... How do I get off the side of this? I must have to go under it. But somebody said that going under it sets your terror to maximum. Maybe it's over here somewhere? Okay, I guess I can't get around it. Boy. This may be the worst decision I can make. Okay. The sun. We can pass under it? I think we are. Yeah, we can see it coming out the other side. Oh my god. Yeah, our terror is at maximum. So that's a constant companion crawling after us. We must turn back. There's nothing beyond this point to explore. What? At first it was whispers, fearful zailors saying they belong above the ways, not below them. Then came the weeping, you've sealed them in a metal casket, they said, and buried them at Z. Now shouts and ringing metal echo outside your cabin. They have come for you. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to do this. Buried at Z. They are zailors, not corpses. You demonstrate the difference on the loudest dissenter. The zailors that sink away are clear on which role they prefer. We lost 1 crew and 50 terror. And now can we sail off at the surface? Yeah, we can on the surface. Okay. So we've sailed off the west edge. We did have to field a mutiny, but we only lost 1 zailor. That's actually really not that bad. We've sailed off here. Unborn time. The dawn machine's roots extend here into a luminous, impossible space. You breathe gold, you think light. Dawn's fingers, worm fates crawl on your skin. The machine is sick. Its hatred threads your veins. Time will die. The chain will end. Relief. We found you drifting, the sequencer is saying. He blinks. He slaps you on the shoulder. You were blessed, my friend. Welcome home. And we're crazed again. We have the Western stigmata. We're not hungry anymore. Okay. Well, we're terrified again. I hope we can succeed past 2 mutinies. So I'm going to try to max out our iron. First officer. Yeah, I'm going to try to max out our iron to increase the chances of us doing all right. Engineers. Fails in fuel efficiency. Yeah, this one gives iron. Okay. 157 iron. So hopefully we'll be all right when we set sail. There we go. Straightforward challenge. Okay. So we did, in fact, lose all that crew. Lost 5 iron from it. But we've stopped the mutiny. A costly victory, a haze of blood and gunfire, screams and imprecations. The man you knew with your knife in his heart. Rather quickly, it's over. You are drenched in blood and racked with wounds, but many of your crew are dead, but you stand victorious. Push the corpses of the mutineers into the sea and press on for what little time remains for you. Okay. So we did succeed. We are going to travel at half speed, but we should have enough fuel, definitely enough fuel to make it back. And we will have enough food to supply ourselves as well. That was one of the worst ones. I am totally 100% right to fear the Dawn Machine. God, that thing sucks. That blows in every way that it is possible to blow. But we've made it. We've crossed all four sides. Even if it was practically suicidal. Thank God my iron was so high. Even if it was practically suicidal to go off of the western edge. Never doing that again. No way, no how. But we'll go check in with the Carnelian Exile, I think. We'll go switch over our crew to the traditional crew that we usually run. Once we get back home. Or get back into harbor here in the Iron Republic. So we can go switch up officers. I think we had the rat instead of the cat. Carnelian Exile in there. We don't need to stack all iron anymore. Tireless Mechanic for his fuel efficiency. Surgeon we actually left. Everything else, I think we're all good here. I'm sorry you had to see that, Monkey Foundling. I hope you were in your room. But we lost a fair bit of iron. How are our secrets doing, actually? Is that here? 44? I think we can afford to increase our iron back up again. I think 150. I don't mind spending that much to get there. And that would probably be through you. Oh, but he does it with Hull. What? I'm sorry, really? Oh, unless it's higher than 100. Okay. So I can't actually increase the iron that way. Any of the other officers? Okay. Well, you know what? The Blemigan Gallivanter, I didn't really expect it to increase anything, but it's not going to. But it seems like it's having a little fun time. It has made its home on a shelf in your cabin. It has built a nest from loose journal papers, the engineer's scarf, and possibly a pilfered map. Chase your Blemigan from the engine room. Gusts of laughter sound from within. Your crew might be happy, but they're not working. A fan, a fluting approximation of a zailor's shanty, stops the moment you enter. Engineers glance sheepishly at you, pointedly looking away from the cooling fire. The Blemigan perches on someone's shoulder, curled up into a small ball. It waves a tendril meekly when prodded. Oh, I thought that would be a happy thing. They were just having some fun. I wanted to have some fun with them. That's all I wanted. Do you increase? No? Hearts? Presumably hearts. Veils, but up to 165, and it's a challenge. Also veils. And presumably also veils. Dang. Okay, so no way to re-increase our hearts up there. But at least we had the chance to boost them up when we had the threat of mutiny aboard. We should have plenty of fuel to make it back, and the food supply, now that our ship is poorly crewed, should also be just lovely. We will go limp back to shore, back to Fallen London here. We'll make sure very much not to get caught up in the tide, or the whirlpool here, the vortex of Adam's doom. Just because we won't be able to claw our way out, I don't think. I'm rather surprised it didn't let me go off the western edge of the map underwater, but I can see why that would make sense. What I don't see is why it made you submerge and then unsubmerge and then just do the whole rigmarole. I think you would have been experiencing exactly the same kind of terror if you had just gone over through through either the above or below. Both of those are pretty terrifying. Oh, thank God, a friendly ship. Please come to me. These blue ships act as beacons, basically. They reduce your terror and stuff. We are slowly making our way back. And once we're back, we may try to talk to the doctor, see if he has anything to say for himself. Now that we've sailed off the edge of the world and killed half of our crew, you know, just so we show him who exactly is the boss here, what's happening around here. Of course, we will be going into fog. Our terror is well in check, though. 55 is totally adequate. We've been sailing for a lot longer and a lot more of the time at around this point, so... I don't really need to deal with you. Ow. 2 damage. How dare you, sir? You dare take off a coat of paint of my wondrous ship? Begone with ye, or my ire strike thee down. See, it worked. Look at me with old speak. Scaring off sea beasties left and right. Though he is following me home, so maybe we made a pet. Nope, no, there he goes. Alright, so... we're back in Fallen London. We made it back safely. Everything got reduced. We didn't gain any more nightmare strength, which is great. There we go. Words. We will go and... don't really need to fix up our ship. Oh, we do need to submit... oh, no, we already submitted the vital intelligence. Hold on to the moves in the great game as well, in case our doctor decides to try to steal some. Let's go grab free recruits till we have our ship... well, sort of free recruits until we have our ship back up to full crew. 15 and 18. One more should do the trick. 20 will be fine. Rose Market is still doing Rose Market things. And we will go spend some time with our family. Actually, we will go sleep first, I think, and then spend some time with our family. Because sleep sets it to 2 restful nights. Spending time with your family increases it by 1. And we've got a fair bit of terror to reduce anyway. Yeah, that should be enough. Here we go. So we have 3 restful nights. Let's go talk with some of our officers. Let's check on the determined doctor. He has not caused any more trouble, but remains a cause for concern. A man distracted. The guard reports that the doctor has barely spoken since returning to work. He certainly has not smiled. He goes through the motions solely in hope of being left alone, away from the scorn and suspicion of the crew. His patients leave mended, more or less, but their sutures are poorly stitched, their medications miscounted, their bones carelessly set. Uh-oh. The crew grumbles words. A word must be had. Let's have a talk here. A long talk for London. His problem is that he keeps choosing unworthy causes. Perhaps he can be pushed to a worthy one for once. A patriot is born. Over a meal of Z-trout and wine, you do your best to bring him round. Is the world perfect? No. Neither Surface nor Neath will ever make that claim. Is all well in London? Hardly. He's not wrong there. However, you point out he has a better chance than most to put his unquestioned skills to use in the name of all her people. And his regrets? Well, to do something terrible for one's country is barely a matter for shame at all. He looks up. Something in his eye has gone, possibly forever. You are right, of course. Perhaps I shall put about inquiries, so he's checking in with people, the next time we are in port. For now, though, I will return to my duties. There, at least, I know I can serve with a measure of honor. There needs to be a lot more commas in these, I think. Here, They gave me this in the shadow. It is not fitting that I keep it. May you use it better than I would. We now have the disillusioned doctor instead of the determined doctor. And we got a searing enigma from it, so that must be the end of his storyline. All done, though. I'm sorry, my friend. Hearts and pages. Maybe we do want the... the clattery air. That's why our stats were a little odd there, I think. Oh, he just keeps equipping himself. He really wants to work. He looks kind of sad, but hey, we did the thing. We finished his quest. So that is every quest barring these last two done. Now that we've sailed off the edges of the world, no salt song. Gotta read closer here. Speak to the exile about the name's prison. How will you reach it when you find it? Behind her glasses, you sense somehow that she has closed her eyes. You must have mastered the map, she says softly. Entered in the house of every power, and you'll need to bring a burning truth to match the burning name. I don't know what this means. Where does she want me to go? Well, blast. I guess we just don't know how to complete her thing. Maybe it's something about this name which burns bit. I don't know where we find any of that. Maybe that's animescence? I don't know. We'll see if we can figure out her. And the indomitable, or the merciless Mediste. We know approximately where the irrepressible lies. So maybe we blow it up. Maybe that'll proceed her, get her quest to proceed. But I did ultimately lie to you in this, in the title of this stream. We will not be ending this captain. We will return to him on Thursday. Wait, what day is it? Today's Thursday? Today's Thursday. We are returning to him on Tuesday. I do believe we will be a little late. I do have an appointment on Tuesday that will cause the stream to start up about an hour, maybe a little bit more later. But we'll see what we can get done for then. Hopefully, then we will reach the ending. But I think I've learned my lesson. We will not be titling any more streams ending, because we do not know for sure whether that will be the case, or whether the Sunless Sea will pull out another twist and turn. I mean, even with all this explored, there was still new stuff that I found. Lots and lots of it. So, yeah, I will be returning on Tuesday at 3 PST. Scratch that, 4 PST, an hour late-ish. 4 PST, that will be when I come back to the Sunless Sea. If you're interested in more than Sunless Sea content, I will be coming back tomorrow. I will be playing some Sevtech Ages. We had a bit of a time getting our our automated farm going on. We had a bit of trouble getting poop, if you could believe it or not. Couldn't get any fertilizer to go make some of the machines there. But we did manage to get that down. We will probably be doing some farm resetting, and then we will go to the end, I think. That'll be tomorrow at 3 PST, the normal time. I will be playing some Sevtech Ages. I hope to see you guys at one of those 2 times. If not, I hope you go find some more tiny, but unlooked corners of your own life, and find something interesting and fascinating there. And I hope you don't have to sail off the edges of the map and murder half your crew to do it. As for me, I'm going to be ending the stream. Cheers, everybody.